Good morning. Thank you for being here. I am Carrie Moody, and today is day 2 of the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon. And real quick, I told you yesterday that I would kind of go back over just a few of the highlights from the first day of court, which was yesterday. So I'll do that real quick. Shorty, thank you so much for being here. You're fine. Come back whenever you can. Court actually is the televised portion is delayed by 30 minutes. So I start a bit later so that we can skip the breaks and the lunch, things like that. And so let's get started. So, real quick, as I said, yesterday was the first day of the high profile murder trial of a Chatham County mother accused of killing her 20-month-old toddler, Quinton Simon. This is right outside of Savannah, Georgia. Leilani Simon is accused of killing her toddler son, Quinton, between the evening of October 4th and the early morning hours of October 5th of 2022, and then dumping his body in a dumpster. So we have followed this case from day one, and here we are almost 2 years later to the day. So the prosecution team is led by the Eastern Judicial Circuit Assistant DA, and that is Tim Dean. And Tim delivered an hour plus, maybe hour and 45 minutes long opening statement to the jury yesterday morning. And he focused on Simon's biggest priority in life at the time, as he called it. And he said was being desired by her then boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin. That Daniel is not Quinton Simon's biological father, but his supposed drug use or her supposed drug use the night of Quinton's alleged disappearance, and then what the assistant DA describes as inconsistent storytelling to police and detectives. And Leilani would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from like one lie to the next lie. Dean also showed the jury what he called a digital suicide note, a selfie video that was taken by Leilani with messages to her three children. And I am going to play that for you here in just a minute. So, in that video, Simon says, "If I can't love myself, how can I love you?" And she's talking to her children, Zane, Quinton, and Sky. Quinton is the middle child. Zane is about 3 years old at the time. Sky was only a couple months old. Leilani was 22 years old at the time of the alleged murder. Then her defense attorney, whose name is Robert Peirce, delivered a 3-minute opening statement in comparison to the hour and 45-minute one by the state. And his message was simply this, that the case is based on rumor and gossip. So the defense attorney said this case can't be decided on emotions. It must be decided based on facts and evidence presented in the courtroom. It can't be determined by rumors, gossip, and the conclusions of those. And he said, in the end, is what you will determine is that is the foundation of the state's claims. So basically, he's saying the state's claims are all based on rumors, gossip, and the conclusions thereof. So then after that, the jury then heard from 5 witnesses, and they were all police officers or detectives who worked for the Chatham County Police Department at the time. One of those police officers was Sergeant Bobby Stewart. And Sergeant Stewart said on the stand that he interviewed Leilani October 5th of 2022, which was the day she reported Quinton missing, and that her behavior was not conducive to that of mothers in many other missing children's cases that he had responded to in his 34 years of law enforcement. He said, the mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Like, why are you talking to me? You should be out looking for my child." And the assistant DA asked him what or was the defendant like this in this case? And the Sergeant Stewart said, "No, sir." So, witness testimony continues today. The trial is expected to last approximately 2 weeks, maybe 3. So, with that said, I want to share this real quick video that I have up here. And yeah, so yeah, it was a long but amazing statement from the state. He did a really good job. And Shorty said, I agree, facts over feeling, especially rumors and gossip. So I do think it's going to be closer to 3. This judge, compared to some other trials that we have seen, I don't believe is going to take a whole lot of breaks. Like I said, they did have court yesterday. That was Columbus Day. A lot of judges will take all of those holidays. They will take the long breaks, things like that. And this judge seems like she is pretty much going to stick to schedule. So real fast, let me share this video. Now, this was played at the very beginning of yesterday's trial. And this is Leilani breaking down. And this was only a couple months prior to the alleged murder of Quinton Simon. So let me play that for you real quick. It's about 4.5, 5 minutes long. Thank you so much.
Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane. You were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were gonna be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn about loyalty, tears, and you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child.
Yeah, so that was one of the highlights. I that was hard to watch. I think that we've all probably been in that kind of situation at some point, and it just kind of goes to show her state of mind in the months leading up to this. Um, and yeah, Husker, seriously, it doesn't take a neurosurgeon to know that with all the technology and the ability to track cell phones, your lies are going to come back and bite you square in the butt. And they certainly did in this case. So that was one of the highlights from yesterday that I did want to share. And I have one other very, very quick one, but this one was it was horrible. So forewarning, this is where Leilani is describing why she threw allegedly Quinton in the dumpster and what she has to say about it. I can't wrap my mind around that. So let's listen to that one real quick.
And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quinton's body away. And this is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories today. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quinton's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Shrimp pasta. Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to understand what she's saying there. And this was, the way we heard it yesterday as well. But what she's saying is that her car had to smell, and it smelled like rotten shrimp pasta. Just absolutely disgusting. And Pandies, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Margaret, I'm glad that you guys didn't think the sound was too horrible. I must have just listened back at the exact wrong spots because I was like, oh my gosh, it was not that bad, was it? So, anyway, and Run for Justice, thank you so much for joining us real quick on your lunch break. And I hope you're having a great week as well.
The whole car's like shrunk.
Big one.
What is that smell? I felt like before I even went to go to a floor. You know? I go up there, I'm like, get out of the car.
And they ask her about this. Gosh, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quinton's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash. I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop it, I don't think anything wrong, to be honest. It's just, oh, food, I'm in the car. See an opportunity to do it out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag.
Old food. Isn't that just I mean, horrific. Very, very hard to wrap my mind around. Little Irish, thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you. Hawkeyes, good to see you. Narcissist Hunter, appreciate all of you joining me, even if it's just for lunch. Like I said yesterday, I would be watching this regardless. So it's always nice to watch it with friends and get to chat with each other. So thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate it. All right. So now we're going to start day 2. And as you know, like I said, we are 2 hours behind and we can skip through the breaks and the lunch. It looks like court TV. There is nothing before what you see on your screen. So they just started, it looks like back or started with this testimony. So let's get started.
Later on that night, I took overall photos of the outside of the residence and the inside of the residence.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play,
Yes, sir.
and then you backed out
Yes, sir.
and took many more photographs later.
Yes, sir.
And was that after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many pictures did you take total, if you remember?
A lot.
Would it refresh your memory to look
Yeah,
at
let me
the
look at
report?
this real quick. On that day, I took 475 photos.
In the course of taking those photographs and walking around the residence, did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
There did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did not.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 10?
I'm sorry, what did you?
States Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you leaf through that and tell us what that is? You don't have to necessarily look at every picture.
This is the photo from the first day.
Is that all of them or just a selection?
Just a selection.
What is, going off the number here, what is the total number of images? You looked at the last page.
114.
All right, now, do those images fairly and accurately depict the residence and the surrounding area as you photographed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
They do not appear to be.
Your Honor, I would move States Exhibit 10 into evidence at this time.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
State exhibit number 10 is submitted in it.
And I would ask to publish this exhibit to the jury.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, this is photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo log. It gives our case number, the location signal, which is the crime or what we're responding to, who went to it, the date of it, and then the time approximately we arrived. We put this at the beginning of all of our photos, so you kind of get a summary of what you're about to look at.
Now, moving on to image 2, what is this?
This is the front of the residence. I'm standing on boat halter looking towards the front of the residence.
Now, can you see the front door in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's all the way to the left, right behind the green chair.
Okay, is that what that is? There a green chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that like a little small patio area outside the front door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the next image. Well, let me ask you this. Are there any other doors on the front?
There are no other doors on the front.
Were there any doors on the sides of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. There are other doors on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
there's 2 in the back.
Okay. So 3 total exterior doors on this house?
Yes, sir.
Moving to image 3, where are we now? Where have we moved?
So I moved further down Buckhalter just to get a different angle of the front of the house and the side.
And 4, where are we here?
4, I am at the end of the property line, further, I believe it's west, of their yard.
I do too, Little
looking
Irish.
Towards pretty much the front and the back of the house.
Okay. Now, is that the driveway for 535 Buckhalter that you see there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us for it, Run for Justice.
And where are we now?
Now I'm standing at the edge of their driveway looking into the backyard.
And there's a truck here, right?
Yes, sir. I believe that belonged to the son,
The son, you said?
or brother.
Now, in image 6, where have we moved here relative to that last image where we were standing behind the truck?
I'm in front of the truck at the gate entering into the backyard.
And what do we see off to the right there?
There's a detached carport with the RV, a white truck, and an SUV.
Are you referring to the white SUV more or less in the middle of the frame?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image,
Real quick, hi Peacock, and I'm so glad that you got the tree off your garage. Peacock was in her home is where the hurricanes hit, and Peacock had a tree on the garage. So I'm glad you got it off, and hopefully you can get that fixed back up quickly.
how have we moved or changed our position relative to the last image?
So I had just panned right and started taking photos of the fence line.
Okay, so you've made a 90-degree turn to the right, and this is just a front corner of the yard.
Yes, sir.
The next image,
I'm starting to pan left. You can see the carport on your left-hand side from the previous pictures.
and in image 9, still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10
Continuing to pan left.
and image 11.
Image 11, continue to pan left. Just got some more vehicles in the trash cans and starting to get the side of the house.
Can you see my cursor on the screen, my pointer?
Yes.
All right. What is this here?
Those are 3 trash cans.
And what is that structure that they appear to be sitting on?
It's just a wooden structure that they built, I believe, to keep the trash cans in.
All right, when you began taking pictures, were those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12, where are we here? What movement have we made and where are we looking?
So I have made my way around. I am at the back edge of their property looking, now I'm looking towards the, I guess, back of the house, towards the street.
Okay, so you've just moved to the back of the property line and you're looking back the way you just come from.
Yes, sir.
Image 13,
I have moved to the right a little bit more.
we're talking about kind of a side step along the back fence.
Yeah, just a little distance.
Hawkeyes, I ask myself
You
that
can still see
daily.
that white SUV on the left-hand side of the frame,
Yes, sir.
and 2 other vehicles in the center there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this structure on the right-hand side?
That is a detached barn or garage.
A detached garage?
Sure.
Okay, so far in terms of structures, we've talked about the house itself, right?
Mhm.
There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at a detached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
In image 14, where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right, this is just kind of the side of the garage, and there's also a carport attached to that garage.
Is this the back side of the garage, the furthest side away from the house itself?
Yes, I'm still on the property line.
And what are we seeing there on the side of the garage?
2 trailers, a car, and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the back side of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is under?
Yes, sir.
Now, where are we here relative to the last photo?
The back property line, and then I guess you'd say the far right from where I'm standing, property line looking towards the street. The garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to your right, to where your right shoulder is basically along the fence that bounds the
Yes.
property? Okay. Now, what is that in front of us beyond the detached garage? What are we looking at there?
There's a pull up here, and those are a couple like fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and a couple fire pits. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line. Garage is now on my left. Pole's on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
Oh, I see. Is that what's at the
Yes,
bottom
sir.
of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pits, looking towards the detachable carport.
Okay, and then is that the RV we see off in the distance?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to number 17, what are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that area that we see on the other side of the pool from where we are right now on the
that's
back
like-
side of the house? Can you just describe that area there?
It's like a covered patio area.
Okay, and what's in it?
There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards I guess you would call that a carport, attached carport, there's a little children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving to 18, we just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool?
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, but the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in underneath the patio and the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area,
Okay.
facing. I'd be facing the carport if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the house on the right here?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that there is one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and 2 on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose,
Yes, sir.
on the right side of it?
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room.
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be.
Or I mean, the living room door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 22,
Just inside of the play area. You got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, play or kid toys.
and 23.
This is from the back of the play area, looking towards the patio.
Okay, now, this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
I think they unplugged it now.
Uh, No, it's not unplugged. because it's- If there were a better place to plug it in than right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that. Is it on that side?
When I draw my water, I do apologize.
Apology needed.
Absolutely, 100%, little Irish.
Okay, so
It's heartbreaking.
here
what
we
they
are
did
at
for
the
her.
front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was 25 and 26, we've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes,
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. You walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster?
I feel like that's the
Okay,
best
don't.
way.
Was it confusing?
It's very confusing.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as States Exhibit 9.
Real quick, Judge.
Objection, Judge.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room. That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll come up. We're just gonna work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise, okay? The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
That's like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not in fact a door.
It is.
Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a wall.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right. Do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring one, so if you don't, it's okay.
Thank you.
Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking?
You know what? Real quick, little Irish. That's a good point. I usually at the trials, if they're going to be a witness, they cannot listen to the prior witness testimonies. That might be why I didn't see her.
About as appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door.
Let's trade in. Use this one instead, that's better.
Thank
you. And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen and I handed him a Sharpie because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you gotta walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to a bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then come down here. You can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or it's the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you, and go slow and make sure you do it right. I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen,
I'm not
but on yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the living room door.
Front door, you walk through. You have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room doors right here, and then the dining room door is right here.
All right. So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you've described it, from the front door to the living room door? Not the dining room door, not upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, so you said that front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerator's right here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken, and what are we looking at?
so I am at the doorway looking into the room all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too,
Say again.
a child's bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of the bed?
Dresser.
28, where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser, there's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right hand side.
29,
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where that door would have been on the previous picture.
the door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30, where are we here?
That is the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31.
This is the pack and play that
The
Quinton
pillow inside
was
the pack and
sleeping in.
play.
And 32.
Again, the pillow inside the pack and play.
Now I'm going to zoom in on this picture a little bit.
Oh, mercy.
Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believed it to be vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
It didn't.
Okay.
It's a lot redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than
Yes, sir.
it actually was when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank goodness.
Did not appear to be blood to you?
No.
Still.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33, another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after
Okay.
the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
It is, or on 34, it's on the, I guess you call it the rail or the side.
Now, I want to go back to, pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved and why?
It was moved due to, or I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play.
Okay, so
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
okay, thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket has been moved.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here.
Yes, sir.
38,
38, I just pan left, same spot.
39,
39, pan left. You can see the front door in the left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40,
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
41,
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. Continue moving to the left.
43,
Oh, sorry. pan to the left even more, kid's bed, and the closet door.
44,
Just continue panning.
and 45, what are we looking at now?
45, that's I guess the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the dresser right there on the left-hand side.
All right, and then what is this through that door that I'm,
Just a little
Highlight.
storage cabinet.
all right, that's inside the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
46,
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
and is that on your left as you walk in?
Yes, sir.
50,
Starting to pan right, that's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
we can see those dining room doors that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through. 51,
just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around the bathroom.
53,
Continue panning right. You got a sink and a mirror.
and 54.
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom. And then you got a little storage shelf.
Now, I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Ambisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. Something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
Now 55, where are we here?
55, we're at in the bathroom looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left. And then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56,
Just panning through the dining room. You can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right-hand side.
57,
57, the dining room doors are right behind me looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
58,
Continue panning right. That's a little storage closet, and you have a deep freezer.
still in the dining room here.
Still in the dining room.
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner, and I'm looking towards the bathroom door, and you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
All right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside that
Yes, sir.
you could call the dining room door. 60,
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left. And then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through. And now you can see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we now?
64, we are in the kind of the doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at looks like little pill bottles. Right behind that is just the pass-through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then the oven and the stove are now on my left.
Okay. So you stepped into the kitchen and turned around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue or panning left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
And 68, where are we here?
68. The stove. Kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove, and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator, looking towards the sink, and then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner, or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
'69,
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
70,
Continue to pan left.
and what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry
And 71,
and the full pantry.
72.
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
All right, 73, what are we looking at here? Where are we going?
So I am closer to the pantry now, and this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74,
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
and that's out in the hallway.
Yes.
All right, 75, where have we moved? What are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go to the kitchen will be on my right. And this is the little storage closet that I had in the previous picture with that door.
All right. Just in case anybody is dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point to us where you are at this point in time and which direction you're looking?
So right now I will be right here. Looking this way.
Okay.
This is going to be where the closet is.
So the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 76.
Pretty much have done a 180 and now I'm looking down the hallway.
77.
I've walked through the previous opening, looked left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78.
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
79.
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
And can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80.
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
Now 81. Where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have the other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry room area.
Okay. 82, where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially
yeah,
visible in this
living room
image?
door. Yeah, the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it. I don't know if y'all can see that in that picture. Far right.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wish they'd zoom in on all these pictures.
83,
83, I've pan left from the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have pan left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom
I did.
and did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Is there a
Yes.
bathroom in there as well?
There is, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here? In 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right, and what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is that pass through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've pan left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
With a staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get at the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom, and then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay. Left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle. Yeah.
92.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continually panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay. So this you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom I'm in across the hall into the next bedroom.
97.
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see I can't remember what that was. Kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door, and you can see a start of a children's bed.
All right, so you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right.
Now,
98.
now I've panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99.
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this
100.
one. I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
So what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
101 is, are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier.
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door and all that?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking at the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in, on the floor of the garage in 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110, were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash.
There were some other items in there. We had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111.
111. This is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300
Georgia.
Georgia tag.
112. What are we looking at here? What is happening?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
So y'all looked in the garbage, see what was in there?
Yes, sir.
Normal household garbage?
For the most part.
113.
These are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Cheddar's restaurant.
Yes, sir.
And then in 114, some other trash. All right. So after the 5th, were you involved in processing and photographing some other evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the Dodge Journey?
Yes, sir.
And where did that take place?
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckhalter to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the Journey?
That would be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the Journey?
Yes, sir.
Is it that? The document in front of you, is that the selection of photographs?
Yes, sir.
of the Journey? Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that appear to you on the sticks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this in as State's Exhibit 11.
Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 11 is submitted.
All right. First image in State's Exhibit 11 is on the screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all of our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003 Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22 and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m. for
Yes, sir.
those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This is the view of the front of the Journey.
Slide 3.
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of panned to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
10.
Nope, sorry. 10. That's
Yeah,
the
go
driver's
on the
side.
screen with me if you can see it all right.
That's the driver's side door.
11,
Driver's seat and the floor area. That's some trash on the floor. Yeah, two alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
what's this alcohol bottle here?
Fireball.
And then this other one here is something called
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey, something like that.
13,
That's still the driver's side steering wheel, and you can see the gear shifter. That's the driver's side rear door.
I just gotta be clear for the record, we're on 14. That's the rear driver's side door.
Yes, sir. This
15,
is looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle with the hatch open.
Now, this whitish substance, is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not put that in.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before on the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window that there's
Yeah.
some stuff in there?
Yes, sir.
So this was in there during the police response.
Yes, sir.
It's already there. It's not something that got in there between the 911 call, or at least between police arrival and your photographing the car.
Yes, they had it.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal.
What do you
baby
mean?
cereal.
You said you did what
Like
test?
we took a sample of it, put it in some hot water and stirred it up. Kind of had a grainy oaty smell.
A grainy OT smell?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in the water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
So like the sugar in the cereal, that's a lot though.
$17.
This is the passenger side rear door. And looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the floorboard?
That is a natural light beer can.
19.
Front passenger door.
20.
That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
21. That's it for Stacy's exhibit.
So alcohol,
1 moment.
marijuana, cocaine, and Percocets. What a combination. Hi, catering. Thank you so
Is
much
it
for
also
joining us.
part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video footage?
Yes, sir.
You sometimes get them from Ring doorbells on people's houses,
Yes, sir.
from businesses.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron, the Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of Ogeechee Road and Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
On the 7th.
7th of October,
Yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2 days after the 911 call, you were out there at the Chevron getting video footage?
Yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick?
Sure.
We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected, is 1 minute of video footage?
Looks like it's more than 1 minute.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame, I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame that you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 1:15 to 1:18 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
1:18 to 1:30ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron during
No,
that
sir.
time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
And what did it do?
It would travel north on Ogeechee, turn into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay, so you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron, it's driving by the Chevron and turning into Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes, sir.
Incorrect.
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the timestamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and used our phones we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
Okay. And is the idea there that the time, the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you can compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 80 minutes.
Behind or ahead?
Behind,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that and tell me whether it refreshes your memory as to when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October, 2022.
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 55, does it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would move this in as State's Exhibit 55.
Objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right. State's Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 2, what is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3.
He sure did say that, little Irish.
Where are we? First of all, where are we?
So this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to
Kind
the
of
side of the management?
It's
office?
yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again.
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
And was the goal of this photo kind of figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters, but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this in the foreground here? This area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at here?
This is the photo log for the 9th when we return to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for, I don't know, the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one, I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have a timestamp right above that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, that's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working?
Hmm.
That's a no?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, it looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that where you're getting that these cameras were about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference between 10:59 and 12:20 is about 80 to 81 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, slide 6, is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
Okay. And that's, you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the
Well,
chevron's right.
Which one's your vehicle?
The police truck
All right.
on the left side,
All right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Slide 7. Same monitor, different camera?
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all three.
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Let me just ask you this. Did the cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right there.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you need to if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Why don't you stand up and shake it out a little bit? I'll show you what I do.
Good question, Irish girl. I'm not sure how long or when
I
she
recognize
got
you
custody of
sitting for a long
Quinton.
time.
I believe it was shortly after he was born, though.
Kind of change.
Yeah, I got you, Shorty. How many times were
Did
the
you
kids
collect
supposed to
loan
be there and
again?
weren't? Good question.
All right. All right.
Leilani most definitely
Mr.
lied to her
Hilliard.
mom a lot as well.
Officer Shinker, I'm going to start where you left off because it makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these, like State's Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Just a moment. Mr. Shinker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
So
Better?
my understanding is she did have
Sorry
custody
about
of
that, Mr.
Quinton.
Spencer.
After Quinton's death,
So
she
let's
tried to
start
get
with
custody of the
Azalea
other two.
Cams first. Okay. So on October
The
7th and
eviction
October
paperwork
9th,
was
you
in
noticed
progress, though.
some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you documented it, and that's what we just dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you made no further inquiry other than just to note it.
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant or the other officer did.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking you what you did. Okay. So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right. So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So you, on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did a alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabrics or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how many people were out there that day on October 6th, I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and Corporal Shiro.
Okay. So two of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you went through the vehicle and you noted the alcohol containers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize those?
Did I see those?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were taken into evidence, correct?
No,
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them.
just photograph.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case? You don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence,
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
I guess that would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. Let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
Could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and prints would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly.
Yeah.
You did take that, though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material.
No.
Okay. It wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that,
No,
was
sir.
it? Okay. That it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think, you're wrong, it was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the bag.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just boost started it, and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the front driver's seat.
Okay, did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Now, with regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there was a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the train?
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
All right. And that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. And actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you? Okay. Let's do that because it's a better overview and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to thumb through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So looking at State's Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors opened directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got there on October 5th. You were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room door opens into a play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate.
Right. And it
But
seems
yes.
to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off.
Yeah.
And the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door onto the patio than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Okay. So they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
And the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that is directly in front of the front door?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Again, if I'm misstating it, or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there was a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they use, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believed it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question from Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay. So it was, but you believed it to be vomit, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs, or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think
All right. So this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm not mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes. Well, we put it on a computer at work.
All right. So, and does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much, yes.
So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Smith. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about this spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue star is a chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, And the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Then what do you do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or
Then
as dark as you can get it.
again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue?
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark?
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit?
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
Follow question I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
There you are.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a good time for a short comfort break unless you want to. Okay. I'm getting head shakes. Yes. So again, we're going to take a short comfort break.
Okay, so they're going to take a break. There was one point I wanted to make. Well, two actually. One, I don't believe there is truly a manner of death. And two, I don't believe that there are any witnesses to what occurred. So that's why I'm kind of concerned about them. Like little Iris said, that either she found them that way or try to create doubt that maybe she covered for somebody else, that kind of thing. So, Auntie Pep, I wanted to play you guys that heated exchange though between the grandmother, BJ, who is Leilani's mom, and the babysitter. When BJ came back from being out of town of work or being out of town at work, and as soon as she got the news, she rushed back, home. So this was the video exchange between her and the babysitter. The babysitter's daughter actually filmed this. Yeah, that's all the defense has to do is create some reasonable doubt. So, all right. So let me play this for you real fast.
Don't put nothing in your yard. Oh, I hate it. This is my baby, not yours. That's your baby. That's my baby. I touched you and I told you I was my baby. I was the nails my phone. You didn't go get it.
Now you get off the property.
I text you. I asked you over and over. I got the text. Over and over I asked you. So you want to blame me? I don't care about your text. You think I'm going to get you me? Now you think I would do that? Yeah.
for you, you didn't. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't pay for your family, your entire family.
I didn't ask you. I got
Your entire family. Keep recording.
Don't take my phone.
Keep recording.
Don't take my phone.
Good,
Yeah,
you
I'm
were
putting all
wrong.
this on social
You were wrong.
media.
I begged you to help. I begged you to help. Put that on
nothing.
social media. I begged you to
And,
help.
oh yeah, and I
I begged you to help.
text you.
I begged you. I said, hey, Michelle, please get the
Yeah,
kids.
you're a liar.
Take them. I'll give you
Oh, you're a
300
liar.
a week.
Well, I'm about to put it all
I'm a
over.
liar.
I'm about to put.
I'm a
I'm
liar.
about to put it all over.
Good.
All
Good, because
over.
you're awful to say you're going to put a
liar.
memorial. My
You're a
baby's not
liar.
dead.
You are a liar.
My baby's
You
not
are a
dead.
liar.
My baby's not
You are
dead.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
No, you are.
You are.
My baby's not dead. I thought you
I
was a
didn't
woman of
say
God.
that.
I thought you were a woman of God.
I am.
You got Quinton? Do you have Quinton?
I don't have Quinton. You're the one
Maybe
that
you
said
do.
to me.
Maybe you do. You got him.
Okay.
You got him.
Well, I'm about to call the police.
You're the only one that can go in my house
Call 911.
and take him. Your
Call
kids go in my house and take him all the time.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We did not go over her house.
Oh, it's gonna be. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, maybe we need to look at the green cards.
Yeah, we did. We did.
She's going to put a memorial up in her yard. Quinton's not dead.
I didn't put a memorial.
He's not dead.
No one said he was.
That's so rough to watch again. You can tell she is so upset in that. And I'm gonna be honest, as a grandma myself, I can't blame her at all. You heard what she said, like she didn't think she almost like she wasn't coming to grasp it with what was going on. She said, maybe the babysitter has Quentin and that he's not dead. And so it's just so sad to watch that. Yeah, at least she didn't say, get out of my bubble for reals. And the memorial. Yeah. For those of you that didn't follow this, go back and just, do a search on YouTube. Watch some of those videos. What a lot of people did was pretty awful. And BJ and her husband suffered dearly for it. And to me, it's just sad. So yeah, that's hard to watch that video. All right. So let's skip right through their little break. Well, maybe longer than just a little break. Did they go to lunch? There we go. Looks like they might have. Again, thank you so much for being here, hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. I truly do.
No one's discussed the case or seen any news story.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning, Detective. When you're ready, Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marian Lemons. It's Marian, Lemons, Lemmons.
And where are you from?
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
not currently.
Okay, but do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formally at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay. Can you tell us about the organization and staffing of it? Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, as of October 2022, how long have you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
Okay. And what, if any, training had you gotten to that point, October of 2022, in the way of homicide investigations?
I have taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with JIPSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency for law enforcement in Georgia.
Okay. And can you describe that course for us? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
Had
Or
you
city,
taken,
excuse me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was in city, Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at JIPSTIC?
At JIPSTIC, I also took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by the best practices for interviewing children through the Child First training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this Child First child interview training, how did you end up going to that? Did you volunteer or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say?
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes. So any training I could get on the subject, I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases?
Yes,
And had you investigated child deaths?
I had.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No.
And why is that?
They very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the Counter Narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
Do you guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CMT,
Yes,
but you still get paid
still in,
by,
yes,
by Chatham County Police?
yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter-narcotics team?
Yes,
Can you tell us about that, please?
yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask you about the scene. Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter Road
I did.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may have been the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkins and Detective Noble.
Okay. And about what time of day did you arrive? Best of your recollection.
I believe it was after 12.
So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers. And we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who are we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses,
patrol?
yes,
All hands on deck.
yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
Okay. And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
Okay. One moment, please. I'd like to pull up a picture for you. Now, this is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the pack and play that you're describing, looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So, there's some on the lip right here that I could see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay, so all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay, as someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Now, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. In Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I have published a paper version for the jury just by kind of getting a little black and white here.
Yes.
And actually, pass that around. Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit.
Smelled like vomit. Yeah.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced in evidence of the State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit? I'm trying to get just right to the right spot here.
Is that the exhibit? Is that the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's table.
Okay. It's not mine anymore, you know, it belongs to the clerk, so I'll bring it back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp in the top right corner?
It is 12/31/20.
All right, what are we gonna hear you say in this bit that we're gonna play?
That it smells like vomit.
I can't stand the smell, so I'm gonna stay down here. They got them on that porch, they're not in the minutes.
It smells like vomit.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 12:31:50 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence that night?
No.
Now, in State's Exhibit 3, slide 27. What time are we at here?
This is 12:43:12.
And Is that you on the far right?
It is.
And who are you talking to here?
I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
Okay. And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand.
Yep.
The precinct or something like that. But can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Memorial.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene, just more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Schenker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes,
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
yes,
Okay. Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
it was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes,
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for potential forensic analysis?
yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
And you were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police Department at this time, October 5th?
So there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how is that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever that you're interviewing sits against.
Now, is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, so that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Okay. Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him,
I did.
interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was on
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
just if he knew where Quinton was. I think I asked if he knew where Quinton likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
And was that interview productive in any way?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. So his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of robust?
It was
And again, how old was he at the time?
at 3.
But you tried.
I did.
And again, you have specific training to interview children.
Yes,
And it just did not work.
it did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Okay. Why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Miss Nolan will usually do some sort of press release or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
Okay. And they had to be kind of held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure.
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area. So we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Okay. Is it normal for the public information officer to come out to deal with them?
Yes,
Because they want to know what's going on.
yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. At this case, it was a missing child. So she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there? at
No.
this scene? Okay. All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they, the three of them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room. And then Paul was in a conference room
Why were they all in separate rooms?
because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Who interviewed who?
Yeah, so at that point, we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Solomon, Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation / spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was,
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
How was your cell phone positioned during this?
I did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angle is facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
to hear it from her what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and the early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes,
And did she give that to you?
she did.
To the best of your recollection, I know I'm asking you to kind of summarize a lot, but what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel.
And what time was she saying that Orajel trip was at?
Around 1.
And where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
To the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Okeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes,
The one right next to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now, you've seen the statement the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene.
Yes.
Was her story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially, was it substantially the same as what she had told him on scene?
Yes.
Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie.
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
Before they went to sleep.
Okay.
Around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quinton went to bed and where?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30 she'd put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling, crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She
that
was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what does she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you see in front of you, first of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes.
And does that include a certificate of authenticity from the 911 communication center?
It does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call that kicked this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this recording at this time.
All right, please proceed.
And then I'm going to play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds in.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022.
Channel 911, where's your emergency? Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Halter Road. We believe it's going to be kidnapped. 535 Buck Halter? Yeah. You said someone been kidnapped? Yeah, we. Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I've stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file's a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes.
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
It is.
And there's also some of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quinton Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quinton Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
It's 1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want me to play it again?
Yes.
Nine 38:37 seconds, October 5, 2000.
All right, what time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
All right, so let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that on your phone.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you conducted of the defendant on that day?
Mm.
All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as State's Exhibit 13?
Yes. Yes.
Now, broadly speaking, what's on this thumb drive?
It was the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Okay. Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer it, and I'd like to introduce that, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 13.
No objections, subject to the redactions, Judge. So,
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive as lactation room first video. That'd be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
And actually, as I open it up, I realized that this is a 28-minute video and it is 11:45. Would the court like me to proceed or not?
The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video, see that video.
Now, this judge means business. She's like, we're getting it done, out of the way. No breaks, no food, no nothing.
understand.
That's why he's here.
I understand. Don't know do everything.
I'm Detective Lemons. I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk and get some more information too. Okay. Can you spell your name for us?
It's Leilani. Leilani.
L-A-N-I.
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Leilani.
And what's your last name?
Simon.
Two M's or just one? What's your date of birth?
11/30/99.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything you're having. We can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just want you to kind of think back the last 24 hours and just kind of give me, you know, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, just kind of tell me your.
Just getting my wisdom tooth pulled.
Okay.
And I was coming today.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I didn't babysit. I went to work and I left because of a lot of pain that I had. So I just went there and I had them keep the kids.
So where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA in Port Whitworth.
Eclipse, what type of work is that?
Warehouse.
Warehouse.
Loading. And all that stuff. Or whatever. So I called the babysitter and I stayed home a little bit longer. All the kids. She had all three of them. So it was with me. It was hurting. It was hoping that. So
Did they give you any sort of hydrocodone or anything for the pain?
Ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
800 milligram ibuprofen is $15 and 800 milligram ibuprofen. That's all I went. So I went home. I took a nap. We cleaned up.
How do you think that was?
We officially got about like 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to go pick up the kids. I made spaghetti before we picked them up. That's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up and gave them all a bath. We had food. I sent Danny out to Red Box to get a movie for the kids and all of them to watch tonight. So that's there too. Yeah, put them down to bed and Quinton he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself. It takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's over there, blah, 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 blah. We're an hour longer than his. You know, he probably fell asleep. It probably was 2:30. When he finished, baths, dinner, cleaning up, all that stuff was done for about 9:30, a little bit of TV time, and then, bed. Went to bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. We called Circle K to see if they had orange apple. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. Who has a lot of mouth problems, and that's her. She had a new orange apple. I met her up there at the Chevron. I called her and got back and went back home. Y'all, it's gone 12 minutes. I got it for my Life 360. I can show y'all right around everything that's on the left bills I get back. Get home, put in my mouth, checked on all the kids again. They were all good.
What time was that?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Then I got home. And I was going 12 minutes. Literally what it showed. And I go there, put it there. I checked the kids. Everybody's good. Sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quinton not like this in his playpen and his hand with a tablet on his chest that I wasn't touching. It's all over the bed. I'll wake up about 9. Almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why none of the kids got the babysitters. The front door was partially open, but I was like, not wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is up. No way, normally, ever. So I get up and I go shut it. I didn't think nothing about it. I just got out of bed. The door's open. Let me shut the door. And I turn around and check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinton's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, in the closets, in the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. did you like forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was skipping the playground when I went this morning. I was like, well, he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. Because I got 2 kids at the house and it was my brother was asleep. And I had 2 kids, and it was just me searching and screaming. And we couldn't find anything at all. We couldn't even find this cup he had. When we went to bed.
You couldn't find his
Couldn't find his cup.
his cup.
Cup. And then he had a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal toy. He went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quinton take any medication at all? Does he have to?
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached the age of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to.
Okay.
And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Mm-hmm. Has he ever, describe me his bed? Is it like a crib or something?
A playpen.
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Okay. Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
He can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the pavement and look quick as he put him out. Nobody went to the bottom from my oldest. Then he comes grab that pavement and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the pavement's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was missed. Nothing at all.
And you have full custody of Quinton?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me, and I got done with a job, and my car broke down with me, so I didn't have transportation. So I voluntarily signed over temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we were supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for all of us. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of getting me back to custody and legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That's her house that we were at. Like, since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that we were, the kids were, they were supposed to be legally unbooked, Because I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, okay, y'all.
I know.
It's so little, it's so sweet. It's so sweet.
We can't imagine what you're going through. And I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got cigarettes that don't need any clothes.
Okay.
And I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it.
How do you feel?
I broke it.
I just, we're going to, you can rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
My father and I have never been on good terms since before I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later I found out I was pregnant. So,
What is his name?
the father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
When was the last time you saw him?
I haven't seen him in over a year.
Does he know where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, let me know. Here's an address. Or if all he was trying to do was use Quinton as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months
started denying him, started ignoring him, just we blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I have tried to pull up now is the new one that he recently sent me a friend request with, so I can see if I try to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I have like 3 Facebooks.
Do you have your phones here?
There.
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so we can look it up?
Yeah, you bring it up. I try to pull it up.
Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1861.
1864?
1864.
I don't know about messages because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I use for my mother. I put my own purse. I already have to make a new account. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I try to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quinton. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes.
Bubba
Bubba said
said that.
that. Bubba Moss.
Did he say that?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quinton after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent in relation to this interview?
I believe those specific ones she said a few weeks prior.
Okay. Now, did you look in her phone that day?
I did.
And were you able to see any messages along those lines in her Facebook?
No.
Was she able to pull them up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes.
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off here.
Okay.
Call saying that she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and was like, "Why didn't you tell me about that?" I told your mother, but she didn't tell me. I'm the one here.
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you, every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is to this case. So with that, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, for past drug abuse, but it's important we.
Listen,
Okay.
hey, whatever medicine they chopped up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you owe any debts to anybody? Do you have anybody that you?
I don't owe money to nobody. No, I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
How much marijuana? How frequently do you use marijuana?
Once a night.
Once a night?
Twice right before I go to bed. When kids are asleep, everything's handled, dishes, food, kitchen. Time for my husband to sleep, I have severe anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself or do you get it through?
I purchase it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensaries and I've been CBD actual, and that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought actually off the street, probably 3 weeks ago, and it was nothing but eggs. Because I've been trying to use the dispensaries around the house.
So nobody has any sort of motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. And going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know the therapy with him. Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have caught him cheating multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. I remember I might even pull up messages where his ex was pretty much saying that send him on back home. Send him back home, I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but and I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man, he's a good husband, he's a good father, and you don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercations between me and somebody else out there would have been over him and probably took another woman. But at that time, I had never had my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house?
She said he missed out.
Paul.
Who's Paul?
It's my little brother.
That's your brother. Who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
And Daniel is
my youngster. And then my stepdad and my mom.
Is that?
And 3 dogs. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ASVAB to take. I should go to the military. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads. Me and my mom were all on and off. So I distanced myself from the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came involved. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah, so he's leaving, normally it's 1:20 when he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's about 10:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house, and which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in a week.
Is that car at the house now?
Yes.
Okay.
The Silverado's at the house, and my Dodge is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Quinton was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody, and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find him.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. I went to the other started yelling at him, please come help me, I can't find Quinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was just, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs. He got up, he came another child.
Is Quinton a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep, does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep ever?
He's like I can't even explain it. He just lays there babbling. He goes on and on and on. Most of the time it's not even words. And it is this Mama E.T. play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quinton?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise. Or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them, with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside the house. But I was running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? What time he gets off work at 10, so what time is he going to get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home, and goes 11.
So what time did he get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He didn't go nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went and woke him up at about 9 o'clock?
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that you left, you didn't hear the door open, nothing?
No door opening, the truck didn't even look like it was moved in the slightest way at all.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes.
What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, "Hey, Quinton's missing"? I see her.
He jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean he's missing?" I was like, "He's missing. I can't find him. Come help me." And I started running back down the stairs and opening closets because I know there's closets and everything under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking and finally looked at him. I was like, "Come on."
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there. That was the very first phone call that went out about Quinton being gone. The second one would have been to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody picked them up, didn't see nothing like that. And then she came over and tried to help look as well. And she was like, "You want to check the closets again?" I was like, "We're going to call the cops. We're going to call the cops." Called the cops. The cops were called by 9:30.
And you made that call?
Yes. I made a call.
Okay. Did Danny make any calls?
He attempted, I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was wondering if they could call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know. That I'm aware of. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What does he do?
His daily routine, normally, if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm going to sleep another 2 minutes. Because I said, "Mommy, I get dressed." Then we go to work. We get off.
Y'all ride work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2:30.
Today just happened to be your day off.
Today just happened to be. I was to school yesterday and I wasn't going to work. So about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by to the convenience store or gas station or something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to pick up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did he cook the spaghetti last night? Or
No, I cooked spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
No seasoning.
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night, at what time?
4:30. No, we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth because I knew I wasn't gonna be able to drive. They were gonna inject me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30 because I wanted to know. Because we had before we were there.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Or just hanging out, the two of you at the house?
We did like clean up the laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
So y'all were there at the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think he went up to the store once for a feeder.
What time would that have been?
Probably 3:45, right before we had the kids.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He was at the house the entire time. How do you know that?
Because he was on bed.
He was beside you.
He was on bed.
Y'all sleep in the same bed?
We sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in. Obviously, we clean up. We got our bathroom. Then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room is like the kids' sleep/living room. And then the other side was our bed. Whatever, that's the only side of the house we had. I can say for a fact that he was there when it was laying in bed pissing me off, not helping me do anything this week.
Now, who physically picked Quinton up and put him in the playpen last night?
And I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. He was laying there. I said, I'm tablet. And when I took that away, he was like, for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take that one away?
9:15.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still battling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30,
Yeah.
10:40. But no, he was still, like, took it away. That's when it was, I can't even make the noises.
Yeah. So during that time when you hear him battling, you don't go in there and check on him, you just hear him.
Yeah, we hear him babbling the whole time or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on him like this on the bed and see. So I'm just hearing him babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when we really went and checked. I'm 12 something before I left to go get some orders now. Alright, so I checked again. Sleep.
Where is Danny when you went?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Jurors exiting. To get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record. And I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we'd redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. And I don't know if there's any way to possible to do it. So.
Mr. Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So do you want to just remind them to stay awake?
They had a juror sleeping.
Go, because I also understand too. We're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, it's these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on the aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand. he can do what he needs to do in here. But that
So-
information going out is what my concern is about the children,
So-
Zane and Scott.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information, and if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information, and I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, was given for Quinton, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. This really has more to do with Zane and Scott, Judge, at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe they could bleep it or modify it or in some way, shape, or form, change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year, and not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
And that seems reasonable. It doesn't hinder the state and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern in this, Judge.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, far be it from me to intervene on behalf of Court TV here. But I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like a last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome. And I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children or the other children being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I've made the record, Judge. I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so the defense didn't want the prosecution naming the other two children by their full names or giving their date of birth. And if they were going to, they wanted Court TV to have to edit that portion out, which that would have been such a pain in the ass, you guys, if they had to do it every time, even with that 30-minute delay. So the judge says, nope, it's part of a public record. We're just going to continue as we have. So. But a juror did fall asleep. Oops. I mean, so far today, it's been pretty interesting. I wouldn't fall asleep during that. I'll fall asleep during like the technical evidence, you know, that kind of stuff. It's just stuff I don't understand. I'm not
Ladies and
very much
gentlemen,
interested
please
in it.
have a seat in the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well. The good news as we begin this video is that there's only about 3 minutes or so.
I like this
left.
judge.
I'm just going to ask you all. It's really hard, and I get it. It's quiet, and sometimes things are droning on. Do your best.
Don't
to-
bring
to stay
blankets.
awake and to pay attention to what's here. I know it's difficult, but let's give it a try. And so, with that, Mr. Dean.
Just to make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds in the file.
Margaret, she lets
And
the
I'll
attorneys state the reason for the record, and then she makes a decision.
He was on the couch, on the bed.
He's on the bed.
He's on the bed
Oh, on
watching
objections, yeah.
something.
She'll say either she'll allow it or won't. Sorry.
Cops go to heaven, or something about cops in heaven. After like 5 minutes.
This Danny, is he a drug user at all?
Mm-mm.
Not at all.
No, if he anything, if anybody wants to say he does anything, he drinks. And that's only like 6-5 days. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all? No.
Never ever violent towards me.
What's with her giggling?
The most violent I've ever seen him was hitting a horn and tragic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically. Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I was like, well, if you did drop him off and you did tell, like, I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know how he got out of bed this morning. So, that.
Do you normally sleep that heavy? No. You don't?
No, I think it had a lot to do with was tired, pain, everything. So I was like, I was out when I was finally out.
And Quinton, he didn't get any medications last night. He wasn't sick. No Robitussin, no cough syrup. Nothing like that. He didn't have
No,
anything.
they all the kids have been a little stuffy. My fear is just a change in weather. So I'm giving medicine unless you're running a fever or like sound like you're about to die.
Do they, where do you keep
That
all
nervous laugh.
In my bathroom cabinet or in the kitchen cabinet above the sink.
this? Does he ever go in there by himself?
Maybe he can't get up there if he wanted to.
Okay.
Even with the little stools and chairs, his little, the dude's short and bow-legged. Okay, his legs are like this, and he stands up, his head's maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call Danny?
Yeah, see, I remember looking at the phone while I was dealing with him, saying I couldn't find Quinton. It was like 9:17 at that point.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call Danny?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Quinton was missing by 9. As a 30-minute delay, and we trying to find him and see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny to see if he knew anything, and he did, and so I called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to act right now, man.
And is Danny?
I don't know how to act right now.
If you get up, if he leaves, well, this is a little odd because you didn't go to work with him this morning.
Yeah.
And I'll stop the playback there at 28:04.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is as good a time as any to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break. We're going to break. The time now is 12, almost 12:30. Let's aim to be back ready to go at 12:20. That'll give them an opportunity to eat, maybe get an opportunity to get outside. Also.
Get outside, wake up.
What did I say? Okay. Really, really bad math. So thank you for that. And I'm glad y'all got that. So again, do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not look at any media. And with that, continue to follow the instructions. And I will see you back at Ms. Dilly at 1:20. We'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you.
Jurors exiting.
You know, you don't see it very often. This judge is cute. She comes off as very approachable, and that you can just have a casual conversation with. A lot of judges don't come off that way. I like her, and she is very professional and stuff too, though. All right, let's get past lunch. I had to eat mine sitting here earlier, you guys. Sorry. I'll find it eventually.
Are you able to follow the court's instructions?
All right.
Okay,
You all
there have
doing
been,
good?
No discussions about the case. Okay, and
Hopefully you guys are all doing good. Nobody's falling asleep. Again, I just want to say thank you so much for being here. I really, truly appreciate it. As soon as she heard the detective say, I can't imagine how you feel, she calmed down thinking he's buying her story. She did. And did you guys hear her say, she told the babysitter, Quinton's missing. I don't know how to act right now. It's mind blowing. You got to love dumb criminals, though. All right.
Now,
So
when we
back
left
to this
off
detective.
Before lunch, we had come to the end of what's in evidence as lactation room first video. How many video files did you film on your?
Is the lactation room what I think it is? Or is it used for something else? I'm curious because a couple of us thought we were hearing things earlier and we clearly were not. So I just have not heard the term used in, like in this case, as in like interviewing rooms and stuff.
From that single interview in the lactation room.
There's two separate ones.
And why are there two separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did.
How long were you gone?
Probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Okay. Somebody from the scene was calling you about something.
Yes,
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendant still in there?
Yes,
And did you resume recording?
I did.
When you resumed recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second video. This is on the thumb drive introduced as State's Exhibit 13 as lactation room second video. Give me 1 second.
Now, subject to the redactions, Mr. Dean, I discussed, no objection.
okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dean.
All right, I've displayed on the monitor the opening frame from lactation room second video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
Okay. And I will play. I begin the playback just from the very beginning here.
I would have been, so last night had been Tuesday, so Monday night.
Yeah.
Gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie and then play Tyler would play good or whatever and upchuck something. We wipe it up. And that looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet. I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla with vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the country house milk.
But you would call that a cookie? nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything in the past 2 or 3 days? Nothing at all?
Anything about sickness at all would have been like,
I'm sorry, pause the playback at 37 seconds in. Your Honor, may I remain seated for this portion of the questioning?
Yes.
Thank you. Was this agent, Special Agent Snyder, asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quinton prior to this day, and that she thought she had cleaned it all up, and that he must have vomited or spit up on the pillow.
She was saying that that was something that happened on Monday night.
I believe so.
But let's just play that bit again. We'll take it from the top. First of all, what day was this?
This was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, October 5th.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would have been, so last night and then Tuesday night, so Monday night, gave him a cookie.
yeah, we have a cookie in the like towel and playground or whatever, and I'll check something, we'll wipe it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with the vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the Butterfield house nut.
But you can call that nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything.
I'm going to pause it again at 30 seconds. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here. Did we hear her say that he had spit up some of that cookie on Monday night, that she had wiped off the pillowcase, but had not yet changed it?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 30 seconds in.
Past 2 or 3 days. Nothing at all.
Anything about sickness at all would have been like a month ago, we had ear infection.
Okay.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if they did, we're passing it back and forth. If he did throw it after I went to bed last night, I don't know. I got it this morning, there was nothing there for me to look. I don't know.
So, just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, you know, and summary, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, you know, related to drug use. No one that wants anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
No, not one of them. Nobody that should at all. Now, I can sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, at the top of my head thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us, or Davey, or my kids, especially Quinton. You know, understand how sweet that baby is.
And your mom, I mean, your mom, upstanding lady, doesn't
She
have.
is an upstanding lady. She has a long, drawn out criminal history. A couple weeks ago, me and her did get into it.
Stop the playback at 2 minutes in. And I'm going to advance to 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. Just giving 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
Because she said, well, laundry basket went everywhere. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids. And I went to her room, tried to distance herself. She followed me to the room, and she pushed me again. I called the cops, and they're like, y'all called you and pull up police report. Or whatever. She pushed me again, so I called the cops again. I wasn't calling the cops to get somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence around the children. Okay, so that was the most recent,
What did we just hear her describe there? Was that an altercation with her mother that had happened recently?
Yes.
Now, it was the case that everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you, because of your wisdom tooth and whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what Or like,
That's what they described me. I don't know what shots they gave me, no, they gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours afterwards. It was still not really here.
did you, in your sleep, you have a history of sleepwalking, did you grab Quinton and, let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about him and you left the house at midnight to go to the Circle K? Do you have a history of any sort of sleepwalking or anything with your mental health?
No, the last time I slept off, I was like 8 years old, maybe. I really just nursing. I was like 8 years old, and somehow I ended up outside of it.
That hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened since
Since
then.
30 years old.
Yeah, since I was, yeah.
So there's no possibility that you, without knowing, took Quinton, took him in the car, and took it to somebody else's house, or where, nothing like that could happen.
No, at all.
I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're doing everything feasibly possible. We're gonna have more questions. We're gonna continue down, whatever path, that these interviews and what we find in the house, what we find off the cell phone records, whatever leads us. So if at any point, we come back and have follow-up questions, it's just to get some clarity and some guidance on what the next step should be.
To be honest with me, I have nothing right now, do you?
Well,
You have nothing to do with my baby right now, do you?
there's a lot of people working, and we can promise you that. And there's a lot of resources that are in play. We're doing everything that we can.
So my little monkey bag.
So just we have
She does respond to monkey a lot. If somebody does see somebody reversible, say, like, if he responds to monkey a lot, he don't really respond to Quinton. He don't respond to monkey, and his little comments that he was born, his little hairless monkey.
Victim specialist, her name's Nancy Yavides. Walk out here now, reach out to her. But unfortunately, we're going to get you back, to your house wherever we can. That's going to be a long time. So if it's okay with you, just let us know what you need. We're going to get you some water. But if you just hold tight, we're going to just come close as we can while you're here. Is there anything you need like right now? Anything we can do for you? We're going to get you some water.
I can like really still outside, that's what I'm saying. So like,
Yeah, we can do that. Anything else that you need right now? Okay.
There's definitely an officer out here. Her name is Sam. So if you need anything, just call for her.
Anything else you have right now?
Black, do you have any issues with us kind of just going through your phone to get messages and any more contact info?
no problem with it at all.
If you
Download, we have to copy that whole phone for like here.
If you have any issues, just let us know.
We have like a car, so you can set forms.
I may have one of those. Yeah.
How do you say your name?
Leilani.
Leilani. I can imagine, what you're going through. But you just, at this point, you have to trust the process. And we're going to do whatever we can to get you the assistance that you need. But truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, wherever you leave. And we'll do everything we can. But in the same respect, though, you gotta understand, you got to be completely transparent and honest with us.
Yeah.
And I think you have to this point. So if there's anything, that you think of that could remotely lead to something as, horrendous as this happened, you need to let us know. So if it's something that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed of, that you've been involved home safely. So that means exposing something that you done.
I don't know, complicated things out of the hell. Okay, I know that. I know literally my only goal is to never work. And I gotta dig to have the custody back there.
I'll stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there,
It was.
and then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
For a consent to search the phone,
Yes.
which she had just orally agreed to that,
She did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, Leilani, L-A-N-A, right?
L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just a form, for us to get your consent to look at the phone, okay? S-I-M-O-N.
Yes.
All right, so did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go back to one thing in here for clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she sleptwalked somewhere or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K, and this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong?
Yeah.
As to
What it
what
sounds
she had
like.
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just briefly play that bit again, starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and, whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what they did, for sure.
Yeah, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they gave me. They gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours. It was still numb right here.
Did you, in your sleep, as your sleep often, you grab Quinton and let him do his towards you, or you were concerned about him when you left the house at midnight to go to Circle K?
Was he was talking about Chevron word gel there? Is that
I
right?
think
Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to memorialize that.
Yes.
Okay. After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time, I just manually went through the phone.
Okay. I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you plug the cell phone into the computer system so you can make a copy of it. And it's a one at a time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay. And who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. Did he do that with all 3 of their phones?
He did.
All right. So at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone. Are you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something was that a trip that she had mentioned to you in this initial interview in the lactation room?
No.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
In the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story about that text?
She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she had given an account for the 1-something a.m. trip, correct?
Yes.
And what was it again?
That she went to meet Misty to get Oragel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, call the Circle K to see whether they had it.
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first? And second?
She tried the gas station before Misty.
Did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview, but before the next one?
Yes.
To see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
I believe I did at that time, or it may be one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you looked for that, whenever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it.
Yes.
And seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an opportunity to review the full Cellbrite extraction?
I did.
Okay. And Cellbrite is the machine that Sergeant Coleman uses to do this?
Yeah, it's the system they use.
Did you find any record of it, of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the gas station or Misty.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yep. 14 is the consent to search form for Leilani Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And those consent forms, were they all completed that day, October 5th?
They were.
By these 3 different individuals?
Yes.
With the interviewers that were interviewing them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as states 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Your Honor.
14, 15, and 16 are admitted.
Now, returning to this, the next interview in the interview room that you've been talking about. So you asked her about the 204 text, and she said she was just going to pay off a $20 drug front.
Yes.
And for what type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like
Did
the
she
color.
Like the color, you said?
Mhm.
Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left the house? I mean.
Around 10:30 p.m.
And did she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
And did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this payment was actually made via Cash App?
Yes.
Now, what is Cash App?
It is a kind of like an online baking application.
Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a Cash App payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
You can?
Like if I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a Cash App payment
Yes.
to you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
Cash App?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via Cash App, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
I believe she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she give any particular reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like what was going on that caused her to decide to go do this?
I think at this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Quinton to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
And what was her consistent response to that, if it was consistent?
That there was not an accident that she knew about.
Was she asked in this interview whether Quinton was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer?
She was.
And what did she say to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
And was she asked whether he was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Did she describe actually going up and interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair across his face.
What did she say about that?
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the drug dealer? As though something might have happened when she was gone?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called him to tell him that Quinton was missing?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
And what did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
Now, in this first interview in the interview room, was there a period of time where you and her looked at her Life 360 application on her phone together?
Yes.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Oragel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether her phone had been at one or the other location?
No, it was too broad of a picture frame.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area, but you can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen during that interview?
Correct.
And at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
All right. We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. Is this audio and video?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's gonna go about an hour. We just got back from lunch. What I anticipate doing is that we'll see this play, and then we'll take a break. But if y'all need to stand and stretch right now, feel free to do so. Let's buckle in.
Well, it better be interesting. Those jurors might have a problem again. They've got a tough job. I don't blame them one bit. We're just laughing. But yeah, if I could figure out a way to do both this trial and Sarah Boone, that would be amazing. But I don't know that I could keep up with it all either. Maybe I could do like a recap every
Mr.
night
Dean, you may
of
proceed.
Sarah's. I don't know. We'll see. There's so many going on right now. And then if you guys have followed Evelyn Boswell out of Tennessee, her mom, Megan Boswell, her trial starts the beginning of next year as well. That's another important one to me.
Once again, navigate HDMI 1 on the TV at the front of the courtroom, and I will publish interview room 1542 to 1639 from State's Exhibit 13.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights? Yes. Okay.
They'd be helpful for people falling asleep.
Oh.
Don't dim the lights.
Thank you. We can leave it. We can leave it at this. How about that? That's okay.
Yeah, I think I'll try to do that, Little Irish. I think I'll try to do a recap, like a short one in the evenings on Sarah Boone, or maybe the next mornings.
Every feasible possible, angle. I know you talked a little bit about using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you were having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went up and got orange out. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of Courtroom Road, a friend of mine, because I don't have money going to get some expensive over the counter. I don't have it.
And what time was that?
That was like, I got home at 1:25 a.m.
1:25.
I was on for 12 minutes. You go on my 316, we got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You can sample of the phone.
Yeah.
To the phone. And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back a $20 front for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. Whatever. He had $20 a week. I went and paid it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinton just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes him 12 minutes to get to 204. If he takes 16.
So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's what we have to understand everything. And you just, you have to be kind of open book.
I wasn't
good or bad.
Yeah, it's not like I was trying to keep it. I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went, this is what I did, this is the last time I see my son, and we need him here now. actually say to mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always gonna go la 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 when he's asleep.
You gotta understand, there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know it is. I kind of figured that for as long as it's been, you've only had to expand the search, which means something's popped up.
But you have to help us, you understand that.
I do. Again, anywhere that we went after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him, none of the kids went with us. I can verify that 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all three of their babies were at that house. The room was time and they showered, ate, went to bed. I made 2 runs, ordered down, and then 204, and then ordered down.
Let's just talk about that. Let's look at 204. What time did you leave the house?
At time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've only been gone like 10 minutes.
So what would have been your route? You left your house off Buckhalter.
If I went off Buckhalter, I took 17. It's possible on the way. Yeah, it's possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south on 17 from Buckhalter.
Yeah, and I think I took the highway back.
And then when you said turn on this text message, you said you turned on 204.
Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
Heading towards 95?
Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, if you're heading towards 17 and before Walmart and by that bridge, that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204.
But turn on 204 going what direction?
Going toward
to Savannah or south out to 95?
South towards 95.
95.
Like over there by like Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I'll pay back $20 to.
Okay, and who was that person that you?
They goes by Red.
Red.
He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude.
Black dude.
Yeah, tall, light-skinned black dude.
You met him at, so if you sent that at 10:40, it's a 5-minute ride.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. And it was a front from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th, and we owed 20.
How much more money do you owe Red?
Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. There's when you would see messages, otherwise somebody blowing up my phone or Danny's phone about us blowing money.
And you don't owe anybody else anymore? Because I asked you this question earlier.
Yeah, no, and we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was got a front 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. That's like I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I went ahead and paid it back.
Was last night, was it abnormal for Quinton to cry as much as he did last night?
No, he, like I said, he wasn't crying. He was like, Lou. So he knows. He did that and it got quiet like 10:30. About 10:30 and looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks, painful, snuggled up in the blanket. So.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in a safe box.
Was there anything else that would be inside the house?
No. We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul, no.
Is he into any of that?
Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules that my parents wanted him to move in there.
But it's just weed though?
Yeah. Just weed. Nothing else. No, like, listen, my mom's a convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things. I used to do other things. I have for this coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had the mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling that numb. So now I got substance abuse counseling. so without me getting, I remember Daddy's a very particular. The most I had to do is drink beer. Maybe hit one once or twice. That's all he does.
Was there a reason that you went to go pay instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol versus what we needed to do it on, spend it on.
Okay.
That's
How
how
often does that happen?
He drinks daily.
Does it ever become a problem?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't get drunk. He's not like a belligerent, angry. He doesn't do that. I mean, it was like a 6-pack beer a day. That's what he does.
How much did you have last night?
Last night he had a 6-pack as normal. I think he had a few shots of Fireball too.
But it wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was laying down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving, or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and come in my room or whatever and hang out. He didn't last night. He just came in there for a minute, said, "Hey, got his dog, and went upstairs." So,
Is Paul here Quinton crying when he's upstairs?
No.
He can't hear him cry.
Not from upstairs. I can't hear nothing. Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as hard as you wanted to. I couldn't hear you. So I can't hear you bang on the door. So we can hear child. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there to down there. So we're not constantly worried about stairs or stuff like that.
How old are you?
I'll be 23 in November.
So you've been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
Y'all don't understand. There's a lot of reasons why they can't sleep. My mother's been in and out of my life. I watched her OD and get buried in fucking leaves in the ditch with her friends. And this love is there. I've been in so many situations. This is what people understand, that I would never cause any harm towards any of my kids the way I have been hurt. I just won't. I sit here and I do have issues with this because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet at that bathtub. He was sitting there telling me bubbles. He wanted to play with the bubbles. That's all he wants to do is play with bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball and the tablet. People just want to come and take your happy baby. Remember that surgeon, sorry to say whatever, really hurt my feelings. So they were saying you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it? No, I do not think that is. I don't think that there's anything like that. That would, like, I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of those kids the same. I gave birth to Quinn alone in the hospital room. Alone, I had nobody there. I was in the hospital for 2 days. That is my boy. That is my baby. They let me my baby back home. Okay. Is that right? Right. I'm trying all the hardest. The more I try to get back on track so I can be what these kids need, the more life doesn't hit me. And this time it fucking just blew me up. Again. Like I'm really I got the couple of mental hospital after this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think I'm more of a danger to myself. No, you're right. Right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Need water right now? Just take some deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Paused it at 15:54
Wow.
and
Wow,
43
wow.
seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews, okay?
Yep.
Was her demeanor consistent throughout any given interview?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you say that?
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical yelling rants.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she would engage back with us with a back and forth conversation.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things, she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with noise?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
I passed around from house to house, and that's something I don't want for my kids. So when I found myself in our situation, I just did one thing I did. Mom, I call my mom. Don't have me kids. So she has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. I don't even know if it's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to do something to tell me he's okay. But nobody knows that by the time it hits tomorrow morning, it already been past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the first 3 rounds.
We got people out there. Everyone's looking right now.
I'm supposed to I'm just gonna bulldozer over it. I don't care. I'm just gonna find a baby. I don't think everybody's freaking out down right now if I could.
I'll just get you some water. You want some water?
Breathe. I got water in the room.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. We can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain that you've experienced. So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. We gotta use my pain.
But that's where you got the help. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff you didn't disclose in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny going in depth, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we as law enforcement really call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff like that. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview right now. There are people, looking at cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone, no leaf that's not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find it out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quinton and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. But I need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I did not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, that's like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep with my wife.
This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you text message, hey, I'm turning on 204 now. You mentioned that it was, I made that trip, before he was crying. And you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it. That he was crying abnormally. But
No, I think I said I left before, like, he was asleep. I left before, like, it's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in and I checked on him again, he was still asleep. Crying, no. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fussy noises. It's the way I explained it for Zane, Quinton, and Snotty. None of my kids cry and fuss and scream, pitch a fit. And every kid cries. No, let me take that. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying normally. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention, even though it was bedtime. Yeah. He had a tablet with him too. It could have been, he could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid approved your YouTube for kids TV thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever. So he could have been laughing at something like that, just like my oldest does. Or look, I don't know. He was babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. He was curled up with a blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say? 10:40, you turned on 204. What time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 50. That's gonna be 20 minutes. Total 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Something like that.
What was Quinton doing?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with his tablet on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep though?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your fiance?
He was laying on the bed with a Fire Stick TV in his hand.
Anything saying weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, and come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So he was just he just didn't have time.
Does he have kids himself? Your fiance?
My little girl. That's his daughter.
That's besides her. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He does really good. She smells at him before she does me. I'm the one that carried her.
He just stepped straight in there.
And almost died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his favorite. Or, yeah, she's still, whatever.
She's a daddy's girl all the way.
Does
Zane is all about his papa. Quinton was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come across my lap just like Sky does. Zane put him beside us. Danny or Zane does. I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too?
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, is he like, I'll do it all for you? No. But you be watching for a second? Yeah. You be taking my son and playing with him for a second? Yeah. You be teaching how to play soccer? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything else of any sort of relevance that you want to talk about on the phone at all?
No. There's nothing there at all. Like I said, y'all can go on my 360 if you want to. It's on there. And it shows you my exact route that I took. And the way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home. It shows everything. And it shows Danny's trips and everything too. The times and all. And dates.
So like you said, we got people working everywhere right now.
Well, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to. There's a lot I think that we can talk about, and we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I don't want to make light of that situation because it's not lost on me what it is you've been through. But we've got a job to do. And you got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time.
was not there, and I had no knowledge about. He was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair, and he moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, like, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quinton was crying. We have to agree to that. More than just bad. So is it possible that you left the house because Quinton was crying so bad, and you came back and there was an accident that took place?
I think the only time Quinton actually cried is when he took that towel from him. And he's laying in there. Then he's not just no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second when something in dream, not allowing him out because we wouldn't turn the TV back on for him and woke up with Quinn? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm going to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
How easy that can happen.
Yeah.
We're adults, we're grown adults.
Yeah.
But a small child, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
You just get frustrated with a small child and just grab them the wrong way.
Yeah.
And an accident happens. The next thing you know, the child's unconscious. And it's the natural thing to do to panic. Instead of, because you're not thinking logically at that point. You know, all you're thinking about is, you know, what has happened. And you don't know what to do, and you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at all when I got back to the house. I reached for that thing. And I put his little hair in his face. And all the time he turned. He was like, no, it's good. He was fine. He was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep. I don't know what to say. I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like you said, when people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like antsy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
What about since y'all have been together?
Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm out, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quinton. I can't find him anywhere. The door was open and I can't find him anywhere. I said, did you drop me off on the shelves or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that? Did not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I said, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, he's not here now. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Yeah, now,
1858.
6:58 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things. So what else? You have no idea.
Wait a minute. That jumped forward again. You did that yesterday too. Let me find where it was.
And that Danny and I have been on and off arguing a lot past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is take him out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids.
Do you think something could have happened in those 3 hours with Dana?
No, on Life 360 it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did.
Well, there she tries to kind of throw Danny under the bus, doesn't she? We didn't see this part yet, did we? because she was adamant that her brother couldn't have done anything. I'm not sure if we saw this part or not.
And he left and came home when I called. So, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
We can pull it up on here.
Danny's your fiance. He's lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children. As you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being a mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
I would. Like I said, he was not. The only thing I thought was weird is his face. And normally he goes off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. But I was in pain because this is the moment he was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little lippy, So I really don't.
And the kid then starts crying, and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
I'm telling you, when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did cry. He screamed. He's like, TV on, TV on, as he says it. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and check on him, he was asleep. Eyes shut. Completely. Left, kicked back, checked again. Moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Saying he was good. I wasn't touching that type of thing better than I was.
Just to be clear, real quick, the actual video itself of her in the interrogation room, that did not skip. But Court TV, for some reason, it did this yesterday. We're watching a part and then automatically it skipped to the end. So that's what happened just a few minutes ago. I'm sorry about that. There's nothing I can do to control it other than try to quickly find where we were.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place, and Danny just did something that it just.
There was. I'm not gonna say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all are right about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front door's open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. Quinton wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. But I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. The last information I looked at that house would have been me, and that was when I went to that board jail. And that was just the end of book called Jump Back. That was on my street.
So none of the doors in the house would have opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope. At all. And I had the back door locked. I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up to get a stick, and I knew that was locked. And Andy went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. They wouldn't have caught. They wouldn't have watched. He could just push it over. So he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take it better not to push it back up and over. Just hold on. That's how easy it is to get out of the house. So I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting up the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behavior, anything for me to think, yeah, don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I normally have 3 babies in, and now I have 2?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess, when you're meeting up with this dude, Fred, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about telling you he was on the way, and he was being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays on there and hangs out, but he didn't. He gave me that dog when I was sick.
Yeah.
So, I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just has to do. Is that probably what happened at work? Yeah, he probably looked over at somebody, flipped off the wrong person, and decided they were trying to run over.
So real quick, King of Spades said because watching yesterday, she seemed to be all about the boyfriend that she would she cover up for him? Just a thought. I've had the same thought. There is no evidence of anybody else doing it, like little Irish just said. But I do think that that's going to be the defense is that maybe I don't know, maybe she covered it up for somebody. But yeah, there is the video of her at the dumpster at the mobile home park. And then the place where that dumpster's trash was taken to the landfill is where he was found. So her boyfriend, there's no video or any evidence that he ever left the home that night, but there is evidence that she left twice. So there's that. I just wanted to explain that real quick. Really good question, King of Spades. And I do think that that could be part of the defense. And right here, she is almost kind of throwing the brother under the bus too. Anyway, sorry to interrupt it, but sometimes I think it's important.
Does he have people coming over to the house?
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10.
Yeah.
So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody in my room because I lock my door when I'm not home.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
What about Danny? Has he got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on. They used to work together.
Yeah.
Other than that, when he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He still have a girlfriend.
That's news to me.
Okay, I'm just asking if it does.
That's news to me.
Okay.
I don't just got a shuffle size about anything. No girlfriends. We question he's gay.
Our boyfriends see if boyfriends come over.
Yeah, but no, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger.
Thomas is your other brother?
It was like a stepdad. My other brother is Joe, that was here earlier. I had 6 brothers, I'm sorry.
When was your mom? When was she scheduled to be back here?
A couple weeks. We talked to her last week. She said she should be coming home in 2 to 3 weeks. And then we told her a couple of days ago that she got laid off. And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So maybe that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang up with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get into big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
So given your mom's situation as it relates to her travel and her job, and your situation as it relates to your mental health and, use of drugs. And you're saying that you're not in a position to take care of Quinton at least. So you feel that, given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have custody to.
Yeah, she from the time that I first gave the custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet. Not even a year.
But you see, I'm trying to understand that she's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking. Whatever. She had custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They put their bags together, their toys, and their diapers or pull-ups and snacks for throughout the day because Miss Shelby was like, Shelby was Edison snacks. It was me, he was with that baby every day, all of them. When I was finally, mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I did, it was there. All the time, I set up their appointments. I made sure everything was good. Then, like I say, golden to speech, and Quinton was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little test on that because he was autistic and I wanted to help that he needed to be able to progress.
You've been through a lot. We've talked about that. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine what that is. Through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through, you get what I like to call just street smart, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you know something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that you know something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact that there's probably no less than 40 to 50 people right now that are doing nothing but grinding away to do everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinton. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen, and I need you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think nothing was out of the ordinary with Daddy. When I left, and when I came back, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Even though he was talking, his movements and body language, all of it, nothing was throwing me off. Nothing. And normally it does. When he's sitting there talking to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting and the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, his couch on the bed. And on the bed like this. Nice thing. Just click it on it.
When you saw Quinton last night, when you came back at 10:40,
about 10:50, yeah.
You know 100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain, okay, that baby was moving, that baby was breathing, and that baby was curling up inside of a blanket getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him. That was the last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up in his hair.
But you gotta agree that it's possible. We've got to figure out.
I can't throw it out because I don't know the person that I never thought would hurt me. Okay, so I'm not gonna throw it out. But do I think that he will? No. Will I put it past anybody? sleep. And we couldn't woke up and started crying because I was so tired and doped up on medicine I didn't hear it. And then he got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to maybe because it's just lays down to a dead end normally. And if that happened, you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that. That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally, when the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I couldn't see him. I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear the sky when she woke up at 3. I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30. So that's if I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have, I would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. That was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable when my mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some oral gel, came back home, applied it, checked on it all again, and I went to bed. I went to bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the outside. You didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else? No, I handed him a $20 bill. So when you go talk to Red, Red's going to talk to them. Yeah, he's going to hand me a $20 bill. Yeah. And was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night? And I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out of the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and kept on trying to offer me food and this and tried every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting. And I want to hear that shit didn't help either. Then a girl got in the car and I was like, hey, pay back $20, right? Yeah. Like, yeah. And that and I have been on and off for a lot past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff. It's just walk away. When I feel like it's escalating, just walk away. When I say escalate, I don't ever think that the man will put his hands on me. No. But do the kids need to sit there and watch us constantly screaming and yelling in each other's face? No. So I just leave. There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. It's the escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people because he doesn't want to do anything with me in bed.
Pausing at 16:27:16. What was it that she just said there about why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer?
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
Yes.
Resuming playback.
So, again, life is tough. And there was nothing that gave you any inclination that Danny did anything wrong.
No, nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing. Yeah. Nothing looking out the way. I mean, Quinton, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. He wasn't acting scared or fighting, getting flipped and we picked him up and spin him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when I was in bed and asleep, whoever said that Danny wasn't acting funny. Animals weren't acting funny. The house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly, straight down to the dog's turd from the back door. I'm lost.
I'm just looking to give you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're doors, were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50. We're gonna find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're gonna find out. You have to understand that. Like when it comes to situations this much gravity, with this much weight, there is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? Well, we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time.
And then I think, just I wasn't gonna put past nobody, because I know how much people trust the people who watch me when I was younger. Whatever. And I trust anyone. Follow me. I trust them. I trust them with the kids more than I trust them with myself. Because he's so cheated and hurt me about many times to that extent. I mean, he's never done wrong about the kids that I could see. Never. And he's scared to even pop them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, it was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I did. I tried and I couldn't. My mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. I got some more to do, which is why it was at 1:25 and I got back in the morning. And not immediately after going to 204. He didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out of the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. It might not be there. Those are the only two things that are out of the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else's Life 360?
I used to have the location thing, but Danny doesn't have my phone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying to get a $30 sign-up bonus.
You got to go ahead and do this.
No, let's do it, man.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to the Life 360 SoFi search.
So this would be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on money and you want to see where it left this morning, this will show home. And because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that, and it's showing pulling up here. There's the Chevron gas station.
Yeah.
You get that, and then went back home. Okay. Red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says same. Unable to connect.
Oh, we have it on airplane, but you can take it off. That might be why. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already do it?
I have data. Same.
Precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing, or is it just showing the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning. The only reason I be doing that is if Life 360 is on this phone anymore. And it says you guys been home since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it should still show up the history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone's off, it won't talk. If his phone is off, see how it's cycling, so it's not connecting. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is. And there's nothing else that you think of. And there's no chance. And this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand that we've got a job to do. There's no chance.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children.
And
Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I'm 95% believe that there is no possibility that that man would hurt their children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly, because there's nothing we can know. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, and it was probably an accident, I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You don't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them, or referring to them as these little effers. Just they don't want to fight you.
Is there any places that when y'all went outside, when you go outside and play with coins, or anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
Water? He loves the water and balls. I love balls. I didn't really, if we went for a walk, it was only from like my house to the stop sign, but we always played in the backyard. In the backyard, we go out there and there's a clear area next to the cardboard where I can like kick the ball around with him and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. We would play out there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the cardboard. So,
but we know that, the playpen, the packing toy, he wasn't strong enough, tall enough, big enough to crawl out of there on his own. So whatever has happened to Dylan at this point, he was picked up out of that packing toy.
Any type of medication against baby when I was asleep. I would have heard that. I would have heard my door opening. I would have heard all of that. I would have been prevented from whatever happened to my child happening to my child. Whether it was him or a stranger, I would have been able to prevent it.
Have you had anybody when Quinton was playing out in the yard, when the kids were playing out in the yard, any passersby just randomly come up and start talking to you? Hey, how you doing?
There's a white male that's come up and knocked on my door. He's passed him off about 3 times randomly. One time was at like 12 o'clock at night saying, God told me to come bless you and your kids. And he left. And he came back the following week again. About 1 o'clock. Knocked on the door.
And you answered the door 1 o'clock in the morning.
And I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen door. That was still shut.
You sort of like ring doorbell camera or anything?
No, but I had that. So I didn't open the screen door part. I was like, what do you want? What do you need? Are you okay? Do you need assistance? You call somebody. He said no, and then he left again. And the last time I seen him was, I think, a few days ago when I had all the kids. It was playing Scott, all of us were outside in the front yard kicking the ball around.
Did you ever try to engage or interact with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? You ever seen that like that?
Every time that he knocked on the door, came to the yard, he's always, hey, how you doing? What's up? My church is this, and God bless you, and give me a hug.
Did this man give you any sort of bad vibes? Did you think he was an upstanding person, legitimate, or there was something?
There was something off about him. I mean, what person comes up and knocks on somebody's door at that time of night to say, God bless you?
So what else? You have no idea of like a car or anything? He was
I've
driving?
never seen him in front of a car. I've never seen him in a car. He's always just come walking over the road. I can tell you he's probably about 5'11", light blue eyes, 160 pounds, maybe around 19, 20 years old. He looked young. He's younger than me. He looked young. Other than that, that's the only person that's popped up recently at all that's been random out the blue. You know, completely unexpected and at very odd times. Like I said, give me a piece of paper.
Yeah, you gotta try something with that. You're probably a lot of pain right now, still, aren't you?
It's all, it hurts. It's the whole area. They took,
Do not miss that.
they took this
How
tooth.
before mine.
They took this tooth, my wisdom tooth, the one in front of it and one right here.
Just hold tight for a minute. We'll step outside. And if you could just sit in here. Okay, do you need anything while we're out? Like, come back in, you want anything?
To let me know that I can smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Now, that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there had been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There were also questions about whether there could have been an accident,
Yes, several times.
and there were questions about whether Quinton could have just gotten out of the pack and played himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well and that their relationship was good,
Yes.
as she had said for Danny,
Yes.
who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I think this might be a good time for a break.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after 3. Let's come back at 3:25 for our 15-minute break. Again, don't discuss the case and don't do any research. All right?
You're exiting.
Yeah, I also want to point out something like in other missing kids cases, a lot of times we hear certain people will say things like, they need to put so and so in an interrogation room by themselves. This is normal. This is exactly like by the book how it goes. Those people have been not hung by their ankles, of course. And you see how they acted with her. That's how it goes. So whenever you hear that, I just brush that crap off because we know they've been talked to multiple times in all of the cases. So let's get past the break. You guys are so awesome to hang in here for what, 5 hours? Thank you so much.
All right. See you back at 3.
Out there doing the neighborhood survey, they give them a series of, it's like 3 or 4 pages worth.
They don't have their camera on me.
Stimulate and provide us then investigative leads, whether that be video or somebody saw a vehicle or something. And we try to make sure that we hit every single house and every single adult resident in the house to ask them these questions so that we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both the residence where the child lived and the mobile home park. We can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can add 1 or 2 extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating child.
That doesn't
reported
seem
child.
right, does it?
This is
Did they? Maybe they didn't turn their camera on. Let's see.
Thursday. I think that's when it first started. It was Thursday.
we can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can
Oh,
add
okay.
one or two
I
extra
see what they did.
questions. And I believe
You are under oath.
There we go.
You're
Sorry
under
about that.
oath.
Court TV played part of something that was earlier during the break. So, yeah, they do all the things for sure. And just like with here, usually the parents are questioned multiple times separately.
And Mr. Dean, whenever you are ready.
You're so welcome, Margaret. I appreciate that very much.
All right.
Yeah, Karen Reed is a
Going
whole
back
nother
to
story for sure.
State's Exhibit 13, which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October 5th, 2022, day one interview recordings, okay? And this is the very last frame of the last interview that we watched. Can you look up at the timestamp and tell us when in the day this interview ended?
It is 10/5/2022 at 16:30:32.
4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this interview was over, did you guys take a break?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next things you did, or the next thing you did with the defendant, is ask her to write a written statement?
We did.
And how did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of the groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
Now, was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement?
Yes.
Before you did that, did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
It was that day.
While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside.
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you, kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane, her oldest child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
What did she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quinton within those 24 hours. And I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
Did that seem to be her understanding of how these things work?
Yes.
That if 24 hours goes by without the person being found, that the odds kind of tank?
Yes.
While you were outside smoking a cigarette together, did she repeat that same thing?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette outside about her relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr., Quinton's father, during the time period that she was pregnant with Quinton?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
That her and Bubba had already split up before she even found out that she was pregnant. And then she talked about how Bubba didn't believe that she was pregnant, and that she had Quinton by herself. Like she gave birth to Quinton by herself.
Now, it was after that cigarette in that conversation that she was placed back in the interview room?
Yes,
And sometime after that, you all approached her to write a written statement.
correct.
One moment, please. I'm going to try to turn this TV off. So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13, a file labeled Interview Room 1857 to 1947.
So we've talked about a lot.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things that I'm sure you want to, be sure that we completely understand. And so because of that, I want to take the time and just have you write, from start to finish, what we talked about. And I got a couple of things here I want to read to you. And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you opportunity to, to put in your words, what happened, So really, starting yesterday.
Got my kids.
Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put today's day on here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process in this statement. So just read along with me, okay? Before recording in your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just, what that's saying, just don't start randomly write things. Right? Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay? Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things: where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling, what was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So I encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some open-ended, lines here, and the space provided on today's date. Write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember where you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this statement. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and as accurate as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay. You have any questions on it? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again.
after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
You recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17. Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from, the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quinton, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quinton both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quinton in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quinton was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quinton fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all three kids. All three of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with a old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I called 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form and that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
So if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
It would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Now, what time is this at?
So the timestamp on this is 21:01.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to keep asking you.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what are we going to hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. And a snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? Where it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever, it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, And then something might trigger slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, I just snap.
Now, sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
Okay. And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying and using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes.
And did you all talk to her
We did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
Cheyenne.
And did you ask her whether she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right, but hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:25. I think we should take a quick break. But we're going to fit this this exhibit in. Going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour. Okay. So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
And she's pushing court all the way till sounds like right about 5:30 every day. It's unusual. I don't want to miss anything just in case. So give me just a second and then I'll fast forward right through this. Guy in the pink shirt is like, come on, judge. We don't get paid enough for this.
Thank you, Williams. All right, let's take a break. See y'all in 10.
All right, let me get to the next.
With Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drug use.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she.
Yeah, I'm anxious to hear the toxicology. Well, there probably isn't
And this interview
toxicology.
started about
Let me pause it real
9:26
quick.
p.m.
Yes.
All right.
Just for a second. There probably wasn't any toxicology because all they found was crushed bones and what they say, a knee or an ankle yesterday. I have it written down. I don't know that they could have done anything with that. Truly don't. Welcome back, Run for Justice. What you cooking? Oh, I agree. Tooth pain is truly one of the, oh my gosh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Little Irish said, I'd rather do chemo than tooth pain. Yeah, I agree. It's hard. So anyway, Marker, yeah, it will be interesting to hear that portion of it for sure.
I'll go ahead and publish from States Exhibit 13, a file entitled Interview Room 2126, 2229.
Anything before we sit down and get the ball?
My brother's ordering food. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's just a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. So, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I do well.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could. And I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here. So we appreciate you taking the time. So.
She says, did I write that just correct for y'all?
I can't get the times on, but I do know that he was cleaning up and doing his
Yeah, I mean, memory is, it's impeccable when it comes to the exact times. Yes.
There's a lot to do with Life 360. We're trying to keep a schedule with my kids. Trying to.
I can barely get up in the morning at that time, so.
Now, anything in particular you can remember, when you went to meet Red at any area of Flacco's Tacos? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything, that stuck out?
No, I can tell you this for a fact, that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards, not towards.
Opposite of 95?
Opposite of 95, there you go, that direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot?
No, none at all that I could see, not parking lot.
And
There's
how
a
about-
rideshare across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there, so I can tell you about that.
And how about the Orgel?
The Orgel?
Yeah, how did you pay for that?
Oh, I didn't. I called my friend Misty. She already had some. Because when I called Circle K and they didn't have any, I got in contact with her. And I had to do that off of a text now, because her phone's not on. Whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the showroom. She walked up there. She handed it to me. She remembered all. So not Orgel, you will find it in the bathroom.
Did you notice anything in the shop? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Okay, help me again. Is that the Chevron on the corner of
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter? Yeah.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right, and it's literally immediately on the right hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant because it was months ago, that I left at Jasmine's Food Mart at 9 o'clock at night. Oh, yeah, thank you. It's my little brother's birthday.
Looking after big sis, right?
I left there and I'm pretty sure I was just picking up a couple of beers for dinner. And there was this little tan car that followed me almost all the way past the school. But by the time I had passed the school, it was pulling into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it. But they did pull out for Jasmine's the moment I did. And followed me all the way down that road until I passed that school.
What time was that?
It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't think when I know it was about 9 o'clock at night, because I had work at 6 o'clock that next morning. And I was working 12-hour shifts, so it was probably on a Wednesday. I think that's when I first started, and it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shift. It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah, but that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was probably like skinny little Mexican. So.
And the time that you got home last night, what time was that?
After I went to 204, or after that, it was like 10:54, 10:53. It was before 11.
And then you made the, you woke up at 9.
Yeah, it's
You
fine.
woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or was your teeth just hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up at night. Like, I didn't feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car crank up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on, which is right next to the corner of my room where the bed is. I didn't hear anything. When I got up at 9, that was it. So between about 1:45 and 9 o'clock, I was asleep the whole time.
And then just walk me through it again. Looked at here, I just want to have a good understanding. Exactly when you woke up, what was give me step by step what you did when you woke up.
So the way the room is set up, my bed, as soon as you wake up, you can see the front door. So as soon as I woke up and I sat up, I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went and made sure all the kids were there. And when I noticed Quinton wasn't there, I searched the whole house, up and down, in out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything that I could search, I searched. Couldn't find him. So I called Annie.
What makes you know it was exactly that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction was look at my phone. I got up, making sure, because if it was 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep because the kids weren't going to be up yet. You know, if it was 9, these kids would be going to get up pretty soon. So I got up and looked at it, immediately went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Scout in there. Looked at the bed across in front of the playpen. Same right there. Looked at the playpen. Clayton went there. I called Danny. And I searched the house inside.
When did you notice the door?
The door, as soon as I woke up, I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at my door was open.
And what door was this exactly?
The very front door of the house. And that door is normally always locked unless somebody's awake. So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. I called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. I ran upstairs to Paul and asked him, I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house, and he's not outside. No. All right. So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and ask to pretty much try to help me look and search more while I got the other 2 kids in the house. So, and she came over right away. She was there before the cops got there.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
But when you called 911?
When I called, no.
He was not with you?
No, I think he was. I think he had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. So I called him and he was there like on 17 or 20, something like that. And that's good timing. This week it's a 20-minute ride to work.
Right. You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated, and it wasn't like an argument. It was more like I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type stuff. So once again, I was feeling worthless. Over there, pretty much. And the only way I can make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off forever.
And so when you left the house last night at roughly
10:30.
So you left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was
So
more.
you left.
I looked at him and I was like, yes, looked at him straight in the face and was like, before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and yelling and keeping everybody up in the name of this, I'm just gonna go away for a minute and I'll be back. We'll talk. So we left, went there to 204, my father's talkers, lived in one of our father's talkers, gave him $20, went back to the house, and
Don't talk about.
I crawled in the bed. I crawled in the bed with him, I had and all the kids. I got back or whatever and laid there for a minute and just talked.
Did you talk about the problems you were having?
Yeah. We were talking. He was changed a lot, and that had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately. Because I'm sitting there thinking that it's me. Maybe it's just something about me. You just don't want anymore.
Real. Were you trying to do something before?
No, it was like I couldn't hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago.
What happened?
Like it started, and then he lost his toner, and it lasted 2 minutes. He didn't try again.
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. And I finally said something less. And I didn't want it to turn into argument, which is why I didn't say something about it when it happened.
Yeah.
So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left to go pay rent, and came back. And we were able to lay there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. My health is hurting. And I told him, I was like, we got to the end of the like that. We're good. And I laid there for a minute. And he went to sleep pretty quick after we finished talking. Me, I kept on laying there tossing and turning because I'm fine.
So Percocets help some?
If I had a Percocet, he would prescribe me 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
So you didn't get a Percocet from Red when you were out there?
No. I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that'd be $35.
When was the last time you got some?
Last time? I was like 4-6 months ago. I don't do pills like that. Like, if anything, anybody gotta worry about anything with me is smoking weed. Because I don't smoke the hell out of weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her be. I see her always get covered up in leaves in the kitchen. So I say, no. Anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on the stove. I mean cooked out the dirt. They're homegrown and grown, not created.
Yeah.
There's some things, that you just you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. That you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So would you mind talking about that? Is that dated, or help me understand that?
Is it dated? So,
What's your story?
sometimes when you ask me if I've done it, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne Crosby, who lives on Gerard Avenue. She will call me from time to time. I'll place a call log. She will call me a long ago, ask me for perks or whatever if I can get it, and I'll pay for it. I'll drop it off. Whatever. Or I'll get it dropped off, and she'll come pick it up. So, but no, we haven't been messing with the Percocets.
So when was the last time that you actually exchanged a text message with somebody about using Percocets or buying Percocets for somebody else? When do you think that was?
It's been a couple of times the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
So I can't tell you exactly the last time.
That's
It was probably yesterday. I want to say that probably was.
So we got to go back to an accident taking place at the house. What happened at the house with Quinton? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and as serious and as genuine. And I hope you see that.
I do. I do. I do. I really do.
All we have to do.
I want you to know that there was no.
It's fine, Quinton.
There was no accident. There was no playing somebody in their head. There was no, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all happened. When we got home, Danny took them into the room, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as I started cooking. The night went like a normal night. This is what I don't get.
We know that from 11:40 until about 9:22 that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him. I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
So we know the door never opened. You told us that the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, that door was open. That door was 100% open. And like, the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, and where that camera is to the front of the house, whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. Yeah. So the security system is not a security system if it's not being used properly. The door was open about that far. From here, where it shuts, about that far. It was open for a fact. It was just like, it's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was normal night, food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do, TV on, laying down, we had a bath, you know?
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life.
And if the thing is, like, if something happened, it was not normal. I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the kids at 4:30. Not one thing. At all. Not even the way the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Danny?
Yeah, both home. Danny was the only one home when I left by the time we got back, Paul, so.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three, between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives
He drives the truck, not the truck. He drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often. It's better on gas.
What kind of car is the Dodge?
It was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
That's what we picked up the kids in. That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the overjob.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down the Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
And what time was that again that you picked up the kids?
4:30.
4:30.
It could have been way earlier, but we didn't get home and try to like.
Is there any way it could have been later?
No. Like I'm saying, we would have picked them up way earlier if we didn't have to go and pick up my mess and then go to the house and want to clean the house and straighten that stuff up. So it would have been earlier. We did leave work earlier that day because we were going to go get this stuff. But we left at like 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office, or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32. Something like that, 9:32. Whatever. And we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house down. Or whatever. And I relaxed for a minute. Some more salt water and watching Netflix. Not Netflix. HBO Max. I don't got Netflix on me. Whatever. And then I told him that text Michelle, make sure it was okay if we picked them up at 4:30. Because that's still okay. Let them know what was going on. Like, yes, we are home, but this is what's going on. And that's what we did. So we picked them up at 4:35 to be exact. Told them that. I can show you that too.
Well, I don't doubt your memories are impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And yeah, it goes back to the trauma that you experienced. And you gotta understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Okay. And so.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. This most dark time. It's already dark. And then water's getting cold. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's warm. I don't know if he's fed. I don't even know if he's okay in general. And that's what I want to know. I don't understand that y'all are doing y'all's job. I do. I 100% do. But there is nothing about last night that stood out, or that was out of the ordinary, or that didn't go as a normal night goes. Minus the fact of me hauling tail when I did the cocaine red and get orange out. That was it. Those are the only two things that did not go as normal.
Lauren, these accidents happen. Accidents happen. Things happen that in your mind that you want to suppress, that you just want to push as far away from reality as possible. And that happens. That happens in everybody's life. You know, but there's things here that just aren't adding up. And I want you to help us understand that.
Yeah,
okay?
and I've been
Your car, the Dodge Journey, you drive that.
Yeah.
What's the white powder that's spilled in the back of that? What is that?
Baby cereal that busted in a cereal bag back when we were shopping. That's baby cereal.
Why is the Dodge Journey with your tag up in north and south on Ogeechee Road at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening, yesterday?
Yesterday, because at 6, he was probably going to go get beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him trying to go get beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't know. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer does he drink?
Natural Lights.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag that we normally tie in the closet in our bedroom. We're going to put them in there. And I don't know, I might find one or two in the car. He tells me up and down that he doesn't drink in the car. But I've done 5 bottles of little Fireball and cans before, so that I don't know. I don't know.
Well, just help us out. Like we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you know, you told us the mental health issues that you're going through. You have a wisdom teeth pull. You're a heavy sleeper. We have Danny, who you told us is a drinker and combined, beer with Fireball. We have the door that we know with a pretty good degree of certainty. I mean, again, it's not what you believe, but the door didn't open between basically 11:54 last night and 9:20 this morning. And then your sophisticated security system.
Yeah, and that's crazy as well. He won't stand that. But after I got back from getting the orange out, I walked out on the front porch and smoked a cigarette before I laid down. So that door has opened between those times, and when I woke up, that door was open.
But you got back home at 10:55.
That was after I paid rent. I said after I went and picked up the overage out. That would have been about 1:30 that I stepped outside on my front porch in the morning. So, but no, nothing out the ordinary.
Would you have been up at any other times throughout the night?
No, I didn't get up any other time after that.
Is anybody else coming or going from the house?
No, they went to work. That was the last time anybody should have left the house after I got back.
Well, just help us help you, okay? Like, this isn't going away. Like, we are going to get to the bottom of this. If we have to stay here
You need to understand.
all night.
I don't want anything to go away. I want him to be found.
And that's the only way
I know that, and I've given you everything that I could. I've even sat there when I was writing this out, over reading it, rereading it, writing and checking and making sure that I was writing down every little thing that I think that happened between then and now, and I don't know where my baby is. I don't know what happened to him, and all I know is that you're gonna sit here and constantly try to ask me to help you find him, and I'm doing the best that I can, but nothing that I'm gonna tell you is gonna change you. So I'm being honest. Nothing else that is gonna change what you come in here and ask me about. I've been honest with you from the back. If I have forgotten to mention it, and you mentioned it to me, I've been honest about it. So I don't know what happened to my child, and I don't know where my baby is. I don't know if there was an accident when I left and nobody said anything about it. I don't know. But all I know is I need my baby back home. That's all I know. I need him back home. I need my family to door.
Any other door in the front door.
I was gonna say the dining room door, people are quite in and out frequently. Now the other door, nobody's been in and out.
Last night specific.
Last night?
Yeah.
I know that at one point I went out the back door to the play side.
It's just you trying to help.
I know. I went to the back door of the play side to try to collect all the cups and stuff that I always find everywhere. Because 11 something, I had already went to red and came back. Okay, I had already went to red and came back. It was 11 something. I'm just trying to help. Just straighten up and clean up. That's all that was. I opened that door, but that door only opened that door, and that side only opened twice. The other one would be in and out between Paul going in and out, Danny going in and out, letting the dogs out. You know, that's the only time the other door would be open and up.
Paul's asleep upstairs. He doesn't come down until you call him.
Yeah.
Danny is sound asleep because when you get home, you guys lay in the bed together and you go to sleep. So, the front door, I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it doesn't trigger, when it opens, one time.
Yeah, and you're talking about that thing on the top of it? That hasn't worked since I've been in that room. Now the white thing has not worked since I've been in that room or since I've been in the house. That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not chime. It does not make a noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from red and you brushed Quinn's hair, was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched his hair and moved it. He moved it and curled over like this. Grabbed a blanket, curled over. So yes, that baby is alive. Don't say you're making me think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's not. I can't live with that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive and he was moving and he had color in his face and he was my happy baby.
I can see the joy when you talk about Quinton.
He was my happy baby. He was my happy baby.
What's she saying there?
He was my happy baby.
Was, not is.
Was.
Oops.
Paused it at 22:08:01 to ask that question, resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I need him. I gotta make sure he's okay. He could come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. If he needs attention right now, that's all we want to do is find him and bring him back to his mother.
And I don't know.
If an accident happened, we have to do some sort of accident happen.
What's the thing? It's like, I don't want to.
Just tell us what happened. That's all we want to know.
There was no accident. There was no somebody done it. My mother has. My mother's doubted him before. I have never doubted him. I have never come home and seen marks on my kids. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's?
Yes. Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you say you're supposed to be home, and Danny is there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves and just leaves the kids there unattended? Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. Yes. That would be 100%. That is something he would not do.
And that's something that he does.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
Oh, wow.
So he's left my kids unattended before when I wasn't home.
I think they're messing with her, though.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you?
He
say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids when I came home. Nothing. He just laid there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And he went, okay. So I'm not understanding. Not understanding. I don't think he would treat me, but then again, I didn't think he'd leave my kids alone. I don't understand this, but then. Now I have no leads on my babies. No lead on them at all.
We were working nonstop. And we're not going to stop. I can promise you when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until we find Quinton. But we really are leaning on you right now. Based off everything that we know at this point, I think we'll both agree that something happened. Quinton was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that you weren't expecting. And Quinton fell unconscious. And you're 23 years old. You don't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations where, you said you don't remember him falling, but you said multiple times throughout the interview, we've gone back and forth. He was battling. There were some times he was crying, and it can get frustrating. I've got 3 kids myself.
He's not like every single scene he's been able to walk or crawl. He's always been the battling thing, and it doesn't frustrate me. Not. I'm used to it. And then I got Zane, and then I got him, and then I got Scott. Whatever. And there was something that happened. I don't know what it was. And I would not. I want y'all both to look me in my eyes. I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I have never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing out the way last night made me feel like he would have done something or was acting some way like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing that would put that thought in my mind, I would have been thinking about it. I would have been questioning. Nothing though. He was just being Danny, being normal. Everything was being normal. And my kid's gone. So something is not fucking normal. I don't understand anything.
What is that?
Why? I
say, hey, I'm willing to put my name to paper that I'm going to be the primary caregiver of these children. But she's in Chicago or wherever for 3 to 4 months at a time. So you've got all these pressures on you as a 23-year-old young mother, that's dipping and dabbling into, drugs, dealing with Danny, who's call it what you want, probably a heavy drinker. So you've got the pressures of the world on you as a 20-year-old young lady with 3 kids in the house, an alcoholic, fiance, boyfriend. So I can't imagine what it is that you're going through. So naturally, all the things, that develop leads for law enforcement, there's not a lot of angles for us to pursue right now. And I want you to understand that that's why we're going to have to continue to rely on you and you being truthful for us to find Quinton. Because if Quinton is dead right now, there's nothing that's going to bring closure to this other than us finding him. We don't know that. But at this point, you have to understand, based off what we just walked through and we explained, that there's not a lot of angles for us to go down. Other than something happened at the house that you may not be aware of. But we're asking you to take a hard look at that and don't. I know you love Danny. We can tell that you love Danny.
I love my kids more than Danny. I love my kids more than Danny. Every single one. And I would do anything for my babies. Every single one of them. I don't know if there was an accident that happened. I was gone for what? Total of hour maybe max of all the times that I left. So I don't know. Everything was normal when I came back in. There was no sudden movements. There was no awkwardness or trying to avoid me being around. There was nothing like that at all. There was nothing that would make me sit there and look at somebody and say, what the hell did you do? Nothing at all. I don't get
I know that's all we want.
I've given everything that I could, everything that I've been that I could think of that I could clarify. I have done everything I could. I searched that place top and bottom multiple times before the cops even got there. Multiple times straight out into the woods in the back of my house. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know if he's okay. I don't know if he's dead. I don't know if he's safe. I don't know. All I know is that I want him home. And I'm willing to give whatever I got to for it. And I have. This is everything from the time that we picked him up to last night to when I went to sleep to this morning. I told y'all everything I know and everything that I seen. There was no noises that I didn't hear anything. Nothing woke me up. Nothing woke me up. Danny saying that he did kiss me by and everything didn't wake me up. So I don't know. I really don't. I don't want to believe that he would do something like that or do anything at all to my child. But I didn't even believe that he would leave them unattended. So I don't know. That's just another example where you can't fucking trust people, especially with your kids. Especially with your kids. Especially when they can't even talk to her and they turned the sink on, had the sprayer thing in there, and it was like a water park in the kitchen. Okay? So there's things like that, just the everyday typical things that people get onto their toddlers about. Getting too close to the pool, getting too close to the stove, playing in the toilet, putting the toilet paper and stuffing it down the toilet. No matter how much thing.
Does Paul ever discipline?
Yes, Paul will pop them too. The only people that are allowed to are their immediate family. So Paul is uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Thomas, anybody else has to get me or to get on.
Often does Paul watch?
Not often, maybe once, twice a week. And it's normally like for an hour or two.
Yeah.
Like we can go pick up food or grocery shopping and come back home.
Okay.
Type stuff.
Can he just come downstairs, or is there like a different way for him to get into y'all's area?
I know he has to come downstairs. Like there's that door entrance to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back, and then the front door. So he has to come downstairs, walk around the kitchen, through the dining room, just to get to my room.
Is Paul doing the same job that y'all are doing?
Yes, he works at the same place, but he works 2 to 10. He works the second shift.
Yeah.
The same exact place, and if y'all need that address where we work too, I can give that.
Yeah, so you mentioned the reasons that sometimes, Danny would pop, one of the kids. Getting too close to the pool, playing with electrical sockets. Those are the types of things that I'm asking you to think deep on. And when you touched Quinton and he came home, was it any different than any other night?
The way he moved, the way he did a little with his eyes when I touched, when people touch your face in your sleep or whatever, everything, it was just fine. It was fine.
Did you change his diaper?
No, I did feel it though, and it wasn't full. Like, I could still pretty much squeeze it like this, No, and then I felt it, he didn't need to be changed. And then when I touched his face, he just rolled over and literally turned like one hand and then the other hand like this and curled up. Curled up to it just like that. And he had his little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal thing in there with him.
I didn't wake up again that night.
Where was the Mickey Mouse and the blanket and the pillow when you got up that morning?
The Mickey Mouse wasn't in there.
He didn't have it at all.
It was like when I put him in bed last night, it was in there. When I got up this morning, it wasn't in there. I told one of the officers that too when he came in there asking if everything was there. And I was like, well, I can't touch anything, but I don't see his Mickey Mouse. There's a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal, just like a regular old little Mickey Mouse. It never that big. He stuffed it almost every night.
Does he usually take it around with him when he's not just sleeping?
Yeah, he'll carry it on him by the foot or by the nose.
Where was the blanket?
The blanket was in the corner of the playpen.
Okay.
Almost like, like someone picked it up and it fell.
This 19-year-old that was around the house, you said knocked on the door random times, or about 3 times.
I haven't seen him since the last time.
Has anybody else other than you seen him?
Paul has. Paul can probably give you a description of him for a fact. When Paul answered the door the very first time I heard him knock. So he can give you another description. He's got curly hair, big brown hair, light blue eyes. 5'8", 160 pounds. I'd be way a little bit more than that. I don't know.
Y'all get a lot of foot traffic right there?
No, not normally, but here recently there's been a lot of people walking up and down the roads. A lot of people. And my babysitter can confirm that as well, that she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and attempt to go into her house and through her stuff until she had turned the light on and the person ran off. So
Does Paul usually hang out at night a lot?
Paul works night shifts, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home. At least they can go home to babies. Right? They can go home to babies.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house tonight. Maybe you have
No. My crib.
an issue with a hotel room or anything like that.
That would probably be better, honestly. I don't have to drive 30 minutes. But no, my grandma. I'm in every reason all the day. Keep Sky over there if we needed her to, and I can pick up Zane and go over there and stay for the night.
At a hotel?
No, my grandma's house. No, it's right there in Dayton.
Okay.
It's like staying there for the night and then go back to the house in the morning.
If we could find a hotel tonight, would you do that?
If we could find one tonight, I would prefer to be closer and then y'all be able to.
So does what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session?
Yes.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And at this point, I think this would be a good time to release the jurors for the evening. Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So I'm gonna release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media, and otherwise about this case. Right? And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow, we don't start the trial again until 10 o'clock. So your instructions are going to be a little different. I would imagine that you would gather at 9 o'clock rather than 8 o'clock. Okay. So now you are excused.
Jurors exiting.
I mean, Peacock with $1 million, you could buy some back, right? So that's it today. That's a lot of interviews that we watched. Very interesting. Yes, Leilani acted her heart out. We did have a lot of good conversation in the chat.
All clear, Judge.
Whether it was related to this or not, it's kind of debatable, but thank you guys so much for being here. The judge said they're starting an hour late tomorrow, so I'm going to start at noon. No, I'll start at 12:30 rather than 11:30. I just like to be able to skip through the breaks and the lunch. So hopefully that is okay with all of you. But again, thank you so much for being here and watching this with me. Thank you for all the laughs in the chat.
Your Honor, I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that the jurors do not appear to be wearing the correct numbers. And if we could remedy that for tomorrow, because, for example, if we have a situation like a juror sleeping again, we need to be able to refer to them by the correct number for the record. And I've noticed that some people that are alternates are wearing lower numbers, and some of the people wearing alternate numbers I know are not alternate jurors. So I just don't think they're numbered correctly.
Okay. Deputy Solomon, I'm going to ask you to follow up with the jurors, and you may want to follow up with
All right. So a juror did fall asleep, and then I guess they're not wearing the right numbers. Anyway, you guys have been great. It was 6 hours today. I'm tired. I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired. Hopefully somebody fun is on YouTube tonight for me to lay in bed and watch. And if so, I'll see you guys around. But otherwise, I start at 11:30 today. So 12:30 tomorrow is when I will start. And that way we can skip through everything since they are starting late. But you guys have a great evening. You're a lot of fun. And I really, truly appreciate you guys being here with me today. Bye-bye. I'll see you tomorrow. If I can end the damn stream. Bye, guys.